it is the principle adopted from the ancient time. I was reviving the original parliament system as per the cosmic constitution of Hinduism was revealed in the treatise of the Nataraja Sabha within the Nataraja temple in Chidambaram. This temple remains as the only surviving ancient Hindu parliament hall till date, consisting of these 5 halls: Chit Sabha, Raja Sabha, Deva Sabha, Kanaka Sabha, Nritta Sabha. That together constitutes the ancient Hindu parliament. And today I am presenting all the 26 years of work we have done in multi-level, multi-layer on Hindu voting. So the whole thing is already uploaded in the Nithyanandapedia. The links are uploaded. Please go and see the multiple occasions the voting was done.
Jnanamurtim Vandvadidam Gagana Sadusham Tattvamakshyadilaksham Egam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshibhudam Bhavadidam Trigunaragidam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Nithyanandam, welcome to our panel. Today, once again, we are going to have a fantastic panel. I'm sure all of your viewers know that every Saturday, Sunday, every weekend, we are having a beautiful, informative, thought-provoking panel discussions. Shall I request panelists to mute? There is some background I'm listening. Yep, thank you. So it's an excellent, thought-provoking panel we are having. We had a lot of panel discussions on many Hindu topics, which is relevant, and it's we brought many think tanks. We had a panel discussion on Hindu education and Hindu economics and cow-related issues, holy cow-related issues, and invasion theories and time chronology. We had an opportunity to interact with leading think tanks like Nilesh Vok, Ved Viryaji, Madhav Hapar, not only Hindu think tanks, who are the people working for Hindu ecosystems. All of you know that Hindu ecosystem is not, of course, it's based on temple-based. It's having a complete variety of ecosystem on economy, education, arts, and everything. So from part of KAILASA, only Hindu nation, this panel discussions try to represent, thought-provoke, create so many questions which is completely relevant to Hindus. We concern your vote matters. All issues touching Hindu matter to us. This is basically from KAILASA, the one and only Hindu nation. Welcome all of you. So, this topic is going to be revival of Hindu civilizational nation. In this, the subtopic is going to be Hindu chronology. This is history or mythology. I welcome our panelist, Akilaya, Sendelaya, Vedaswarupaya, and Ma Prematma Swami. I welcome all of you. These people you know already, they don't need an introduction. And they have spent enough amount of time, their talent, time in Hindu causes. So the topic we are going to discuss today is very relevant. Why? A couple of weeks back, when we have a discussion with Nilesh Vokji and Ved Viryaji, we understand the important perspective or aspect of Hinduism. Why the whole Hindu history is being named and branded as mythology. Okay, so if it's not just by Western, we don't want to just blush out this matter as Western manipulative thing. We have to understand this perspective very clearly. Why? and where the really gap and mistake has happened. This is the point to be dwelled on, analyzed upon, and this gap has to be filled in. Okay, yes, we know that we don't have in history, as Swamiji say, history. Okay, and from our side, we are talking, we are shouting this for a pretty long time. Our Hindu tank, I mean, from Sitaram Goyal to Kosambi to many Hindu Indologists are trying to put a different perspective to this, but still there is a gap. Of course, these perspectives are changing. So, from Kailasa Hindu Nation, we wanted to bring to a table that why this is important. Let's understand the basic of it. First, the first point, let's understand there is a error, there is a mistake. We are not right now getting into whether it is cunningly happened, cunningly strategized, it has happened accidentally, or it's a wrong interpretation. That's a separate point. Very clearly, let the scientific chronology world, let's understand that there is a mistake happened in the way we are looking at Indian, rather Hindu history. That's first point number one. Second point, there are many new technologies have come up. Many thought currents and ideology of how the history has to look at has evolved over the period of time. It's not just only from the point of view of historian, just not only from a linguistic point. The new technology like carbon dating and climatologies, migration theory, there are some 20-25 methodologies have emerged, so that we can really go and ask the basic questions: how the human migrations happened, how the human evolution has happened. What we are talking great about our Saraswati civilization, our Hindu civilization, is it true? As it is being painted, as it is being, projected out, is there any scientific in it? That's what we have to look at it. That's the only way we are going to fill the gap of it. By just doing that, why once again we are doing it? In a simple way, all our so-called mythology or itigasa, how we are categorizing it. It's not that somebody has to say, for us Ramayana, Mahabharata is itigasa, as it's happened. Even though it says as it happened, it's very conveniently put as a mythology. So, is it happened? So, very clearly we can prove that it has happened, and what is there, even though it has put it in a dramatic way, it has put it in a linguistically beautiful way, that's the way their history got recorded. Let us understand, we are talking about 10,000 years back happened, 6,000 years, 5 to 6,000 years, Mahabharata happened. We are very clearly having a record, as maybe as a sloga, maybe as a poem, but that is the incident or history happened. Okay, so that's point one. I'm just summarizing. There is a mistake happened. The perspective has to be corrected. Time chronological error has to be changed. We have to tell this to the world very clearly. For us and practicing Hindu, we have to understand, just by saying, hey, it's not, you call it as a mythology, but it's history. No, that doesn't work. Let's all understand it is happened, and there are a way to correct. There is a gap, and we have to understand, as practicing Hindu, little understanding of time chronology is very important to us. That's where we can really intellectually counteract to them. Okay, so that's a point. First is time chronology has to be corrected. There are new technology has come, and there are many intellectual, beautifully, excellently, scientifically proving it. Let's try to get an update on it. Third, let's understand some basics of how Hinduism is treating this the whole time chronology period. What we are fighting for. I'm just surprised when I was just going through some scripts. Okay, and in next panel we would be having, very excellent panelists would be coming, who would be scientifically will just tell you from many divisions, and the research papers they've made, they will present it. But I'm just trying to set the context. the basic fundamental knowledge I'm just trying to say. Like, very unfortunately, the whole time chronology, what is trying to prove is when the world has come. Okay, so we do sankalpa every day in our puja. From the sankalpa, I've just taken, that which manvantara, Bharatavarshe Bharadakande Meroho Dakshine Bhate Sayabde Asmin Vartamane Vagarige, like that our sankalpa goes. So if you just summarize our sankalpa and try to get the time frame, just goes like this. Very interesting. It talks about 1,96 lakh, and I'm not just going to the last figure, our kalpa starting. Kalpa starting means probably the earth has come. Then after that 65 years of that, it's saying that all the beings, like human beings and other beings have been, came onto the life or came into the birth. Then like that, it's keep on going for second manvantara, third manvantara, fourth manvantara. We are, as per our Hindu calendar, we are in the seventh manvantara. Okay, so it says BCE 36 lakh 90,000 that Satya Yuga starts. So first Manvantara, then Yuga starts. Then Surya Siddhanta starts around approximately 21 lakhs 5,000 years back, somewhere Surya Siddhanta starts. Okay, somewhere more or less our understanding, we are all doing this debate to get at least our Ramayana Mahabharata period to set it right. Okay, where is the gap between our Western perspective and our perspective? So more or less all our historians are trying to talk about small variances there. Okay, and it just keeps varies also. Of course, the different schools of thoughts are coming. 3,100 to 3,200. That is a time Mahabharata war has happened, and that ends. That's an end of. That's a starting of Kali Yuga. Okay, that's called Yudhishthira Sakam. Okay, so that's what. Then Rama time is typically they talk about. 869 earlier Yudhishthira Sakam, and Kali Yuga is starting in 3,100 to 3,000. So that is more or less. Now, most of the Western perspective don't have any issues, or rather the measurement or scale starting from the Buddha time. Okay, there are two key mistakes they have made. Sendilaya is there in our panel who would be deeply explaining where this errors have happened. In short, that is where their calculation. We are not getting into a debate. It's cunning, strategy, mistaken, wrong way of interpreting sloka. Let's not get into the topic. Our context of this panel is, let us all agree that the mistake have happened in our time chronology, and correcting that, understanding it is very important. Proving that to the Western world and keeping our time chronology in order is very, very important. If that happens, history will not be called as a mythology. Just because of this small error, I'm sorry, it's not a very small error, it's too big error, we are facing so much problem. That also we are going to discuss in the panel. Okay, how cunningly all this scientific method of errors are being manipulated by breaking India forces, you call it as, or manipulative anti-Hindu forces, you call it as. All these forces are there to play in the gap of these mistakes. Okay, so then the remaining time frame, we don't have a issue. So this is with this three broad context, we are going to try to understand a simplified way of time chronology mistakes. For that, we have to understand what is time chronology and what is the importance of it. I've repeated a couple of times, and I'll keep repeating it because we are going to have an excellent panels in coming in next panels also. With this introduction, I wish that Sendilaya can just take and start from Aya, just give little basics, and where is the error of time chronology happened. Please explain that.
Nithyananda. So regarding this topic, I'm also pretty new to this angle of evaluating our history. So a couple of key people I would like to credit is, one is Shrikant Talageri. He's a great author, and he has questioned the whole Aryan invasion theory and Aryan migration theory. And now recently it is Ved Veeraya, whom we had in our panel discussion a couple of weeks back. So whatever I'm saying is only according to what these Indian historians have argued against. It's not my opinion. It is only what these Indian historians have argued against. So ignoring the Aryan invasion theory, getting into this part of dating our historic events that are of significance for Hindus, especially for Tamil-speaking Hindus. So there are a few assumptions that have not been questioned till date. So these assumptions are getting questioned now, and that is a groundbreaking thing. You know, for example, I'll say the first key assumption that have not been questioned till date. The first assumption is Alexander's invasion of India, right? So this has been taken for granted that it happened around 323 BC. Okay, 337 is I think Alexander's reign in Greece. 323, it is argued that he invaded India. Now, this has not been questioned till date. So the evidence is also very flimsy actually. That how did they come at this date and the date of invasion and everything. Now, keeping this as hypothetically true for now, the next key thing what people are questioning now is, did he actually meet Chandragupta Maurya, or did he actually meet Chandragupta of Ujjain? There are two Chandraguptas here, okay? Because which Chandragupta had Birabahu as a guru, who did not, all these conflicts are there currently. So according to the new line of thought, the Chandragupta whom Alexander met was not the Chandragupta Maurya. Okay, so how they calculated this is, how the Western historians argued was, okay, we know Ashoka's inscriptions are there. We have an approximate date of after how many years he came to power since Buddha's nirvana, because there are some epigraphical evidence for when Ashoka got the throne, such and such years from Buddha nirvana. This is obtained from the Burmese records, from the Sri Lankan records. We know how many years after Buddha nirvana he came. Ashoka came to power. So if Ashoka came to power at such a time, they argued back and they found out that, okay, then Chandragupta Maurya must have been at this time. So Alexander must have met Chandragupta Maurya at such and such time. Okay. Now the great blunder that has happened because of this is, so this is another key assumption that has not been questioned till now and is being questioned right now by the Indian historians. The third thing I would like to say is, the third key assumption that is being questioned is, there is an implicit collusion between the Western historians to argue that anything that happened before Buddha, all the records that we have, all the Puranic evidences that we have, is all treated as mythology by the Western historians. So what has happened is, Buddha's nirvana becomes like a sheet anchor for evaluating and going through the Indian chronology and Indian history. So if Buddha's nirvana is placed so low, in the time scale, so recent in the time scale, all the other sages, all the other literary outputs and everything follow from that most recent date, right? If Buddha's nirvana is pushed back by 1830 years, as what Vedviraya ji has done, when Buddha's nirvana is pushed back by 1800 years, all our sages, our literary output, everything gets pushed back even further, and it falls nicely with the way our Sangam dates are mentioned by Nakirar in his commentary on Yarena Ragapurul. So whatever Nakirar says about first Sangam period, this is the era. Second Sangam period, this is the era. Third Sangam period, this is the era, right? All these dates fall nicely if we push back Buddha's date, and if we rearrange the time in which our sages happen. For example, Adi Shankara's date is very, very critical to all this. because we have to map how Adi Shankara visited all the places, when he composed certain things. All these get rearranged now, right? The Adi Shankara now gets pushed into 509 BCE. So which then proves a lot of things documented in our epigraphical evidence and literary evidence becomes true. Whatever has been pushed away as mythology becomes history, becomes itihasa once we push Buddha Nirvana back by 1830. Okay, so I'll elaborate more on this, but I'll just stop with this for this. So these assumptions are being questioned right now. That's what I wanted to say.
Exactly. So let me summarize. The first point, as exactly you nicely put it, like Vigviraya saying that all these Western narratives are very comfortably starting with Buddha's time, Buddha Nirvana time. Even in the Buddha Nirvana time, calculation was wrong by around 1800 years, right? So, that's a two key points. And third point is Chandragupta Maurya or Chandragupta. Which Chandragupta is it? What the confusion is basically, right? So 1800 years is what here and there, approximately. He said 1600 to 800 years, something he said. So that's where the gap, or rather the things are being, I can call it as a remapped or something. Okay, we don't know whether it's intensely happened or wrongly happened. They said something, so they're trying to fit something. Even very funny, some of the Western narrative was going through the Rig Veda. They're talking about around BCE, 1000, 2000, 1500. They say Rig Veda is 1500 here. And but our upcoming science of Indian Hindu chronology is talking about at least 8,000 years back. At least 8,000 years back, or 8,000 to 10,000 years back. And there are certain, proof elements coming, like the animals mentioned in Rig Veda, animal mentioned in Yajur Veda. Like yesterday, one gentleman was very nicely mentioning lion is mentioned in Rig Veda, but not a tiger. But when it evolved, that Yajur Veda, the tiger is there. So there is one more science is evolving. What is the kind of metal is mentioned in each and every era, and which Veda is mentioning about it. So with so many elements, very, very simply we can prove. At least even if I'm a very common layman, not knowing this time chronology too big, I can very easily keep this calculation of 1000 BCE, 1500 to 200, which they are putting a time for Rig Veda. I can completely delete it. Am I right, Sandeep? If I just make that claim, is it fine? Is it making sense?
Yes, sir, yeah. That's pretty accurate. Yeah.
Pretty accurate. Okay. So then that is okay. Now, so we all understand. So this is a 3 key points. We are this is a gap has come. Okay, that's where the evaluation of whether it's history or it's a mythology and all the debate has come. Akilaya, you have anything to say on it? I mean, how this gap is there and how this gap got manipulated, or if you have any thought on this, you can share. Of course, Ved Surbai also, after that you can just share your ideas. So this first element we have discussed about where is this 3 gap and what is the gap we discussed. So in this, if you have any points, you can share it out, please.
See, basically there are 2 kinds of the way I see it, there are 2 primary kinds of motivation, right? See, one, if you look at the current popular narrative in the world, the antiquity is assigned to the East, the modern advances are assigned to the West. So what it means is, when you make a claim that the East is very ancient, antique and all of that, they have no issues. Like, for example, there is no issue when somebody says, say, Ayurveda originated from the East, right? Whether India, China, doesn't matter. The moment you say scientific thought assigned from the East, the whole world goes for, some kind of a shock. So that distinction has been created for some reason. I mean, we can get into the reasons, but not now. The other aspect is, there is a very hard, I would use the word hard or soft pressure to fix the historical world not beyond 5,000 years. So they don't mind, okay, fine, 1,000 years here and there is okay. But moment you're talking, no, there is recorded history available from 15,000 years, 20,000 years, it like literally shakes up a lot of people, right? So
why? Okay.
Yeah, I'll come to that. But see, this is what we have observed, right? Like, even for example, if you see a lot of these funding that happens for a lot of scholars, moment you're able to stick to a 5,000 year timeline, there is a lot of funding and a lot of acceptance available. The moment you're pushing out beyond older than 5,000 years, you see there is almost zero output that comes in terms of funding, right? I mean, even if you look at all the modern scholars, primarily from India or from other Southeast Asian countries who are pushing the antiquity further, they are not funded by any institutions. They're all like private funded, or people doing as part of whatever fighting the system and trying to do. The reason for this is my guess, right? So why 5,000 years is sacrosanct is because it comes from the biblical or Abrahamic traditions. For them, the whole world is 5,000 years. If you look at all the derivatives of the Abrahamic traditions, and whether and even the modern science that you have is an offshoot of those traditions. Like when I say the historical, the social sciences, everything is an offshoot of that. Their opinion is formulated by them. I'm not talking about the hard sciences, right? Like, but unfortunately, the hard sciences are today part of those Abrahamic traditions. This is, I would say, very safely say this is the reason for it. So that is why there is a pressure to show that Ramayana was written after Buddha. There is pressure to show all the Indian texts were written after the time of Buddha. And the third thing is, for maybe it's to the importance of oral traditions is 100% discounted in the Abrahamic traditions. It again comes from where we are coming in, right? So in the modern science has pretty much figured out, okay, there is actually more knowledge transmitted through oral traditions than through written traditions. But in spite of that, the scholars of the Western traditions don't accept that viewpoint. Like, for example, the timelines, right? Very simple way to discount is a lot of our invocation shlokas talk about timelines which exceed 5,000 years. I don't know why that has never been taken seriously, right? You don't have to go and do very detailed research to say that 5,000 year timeline doesn't make sense. The two broad things I would say. One is the pressure to date everything within 5,000 years. The other one is unwillingness to capture the scientific. And why that is important is why scientific thought is an origin of Eastern tradition is because then it's easy to show that the world is much more older and recorded in the scientific thought existed even beyond 5,000 years. So that the division will collapse, and that essentially changes a lot of narratives for a lot of people.
Yeah. Nithyananda, I just wanted to add a few things here. Number one is, so beautifully, Avimukhtaya, you actually started that the Swamiji actually told the history is nothing else but his story, right? So I think the whole thing lies just there. By defining who is that he. So there are only just two thoughts we are just now Gauri Bhartanandaya just said. For the Western, other for the biblical, they are very strong and they really wanted to push his story, whatever they really believe in. But now, when we are coming, like any Indian historians and any the Eastern history comes up, we already we just only go only back to some of the king's stories or some of the only recent happenings or anything. As Gauri Bhattananda said very clearly that we really don't want to go beyond this 5,000 years because something which is systematically is getting funded so that they can just push that his story. So unless I said that we just go to and define this, who is that his?
Perfect.
History really completely becomes meaningless. Otherwise, we are already into the other's thought, and we really keep on just strengthening whatever they really are thinking. So I think there's a very greatest need of putting this point first.
Perfectly. Okay. I agree with you. You really hit on the nail. Actually, it's absolutely hit. That's what. So much. So much theories are getting created. We are putting lot of efforts in proving Dwaraka is there, Sangam era. I'm sure Sindhilaya would be covering a first Sangam era, second Sangam era, third Sangam era. One side we are proving that Sangam era is a very long one. Other side we are trying to prove Rig Veda times. And we at the third side we are talking about our Yuga and Manvantara definition of Rig Veda. So many theories are coming. All are fighting towards what? There are two scale of thoughts. One scale of thought which you have a long history, and other is simply sitting and say, hey, come on, this is less than 5 years, 5,000 years, whatever it is, right? I mean, they are not comfortable. I mean, maximum 4 to 5,000 years is what they wanted to give a grant. That's a scale, because somewhere the pressure is there. I mean, we are once again going little under the carpet and trying to define some other narrative. Let us understand what is that narrative. The narrative is sort of a biblical narrative, what we are talking about, how the world has got generated and how it has come. So is that narrative is getting shifted, getting demolished, or it has to be redesigned? That is the tension or friction is available in other side of the world, which is, last 200 years we have seen. Okay, many panelists and many Indic analysts has come and say that the translations and the work done by foreigners, we should not say it's all big or the wrong people, but there are some specific interpretation has happened in such a way that to fit that narrative. That is the area we have to go there and fight. That won't solve till we define who is he. Okay, I mean, with that narrative, the way in which world has been believed, or rather constructed, that has to be questioned. All will be questioned with that. I think that's the reason they are not ready to or accept to verbal confirmation whatever Rig Vedas and other things are saying. Okay, so on one side, a long history happened, recorded in a verbal format, just a verbal format. Other side, well written, but somewhat a very newly emerged civilization. So it is about a civilizational war, kind of thing, that. But we have to keep it in mind. That's to whom we are fighting with. We are fighting with one ideologist who has demolished all the civilization in this country. Sorry, in this cosmos. Okay, where is Roman? Where is Mesopotamian? Where is Amorians? We all this was existing, so-called very nicely evolved civilization is no more there, or rather it's available only in museums, or it's only in the textbook. Hinduism is only civilization is survived even after so many that history attack. Right? I mean, this is one point, Surubhai, a nice point you have brought in. So all our, panel discussion, or from Kailasa, the perspective we have to look is whether be it, education, be it economy, be it anything, this, I mean, we like it or not, we know it or not, this perspective comes before us, and this is known or unknown enemy we are fighting with. Okay, that's where the entire rewriting of the history or rewriting of entire thing has to happen. Thank you so much.
I just wanted to add one point here, right? There is going to be a lot of resistance for another reason, right? It's the moment you are dating the Hindu histories accurately, right, from a Western perspective, what happens is there will be a lot of revalidation of what is already known to us, right? Like, for example, the moment you are saying, hey, there is well-preserved, documented stuff going back 20,000 years or even at least 15,000 years, what does it mean? All the things that the world has taken for granted has happened newly will get demolished. So which means what? The origin of the world civilization will become the origin of Hindu civilization.
Exactly.
This distinction between multiple civilization will essentially collapse. And that kind of, which means there are obviously a lot of vested interests, not just vested interests, right? Even if you look at individual thought current, even among the so-called Indians, right? They are, for them, it's easy to explain. It's easy when I make a statement, hey, all the science originated in the West, the antiquity stuff came in the East, right? It's very easy for them to accept. The moment I say, hey, no, even the scientific thought is an offshoot of Indian or Hindu thinking, there is a lot of resistance. So our own deconditioning or what our conditioned minds will prevent us from even thinking it through. So you will find a lot of resistance that is going on that will come because of the dating.
Exactly. Yeah, just think, what is the possible place for Darwin if that is the case? Darwin will be out of window, right? I mean, and of course, Galileo and all already out of window. But I mean, the things are changing. But at least what will happen till Darwin exists?
Like a very poor version of what is already defined in our shastras, which have gone back I don't know how many thousands of years, right? So the importance of Darwinism, where will it come in, right? Like even a lot of mathematics, right? We're able to trace back the origin of a lot of mathematics which we have taken for granted today as Greek mathematicians or Persian mathematicians, is essentially documented in Indian or the Hindu scriptures at least a few thousand years before them. So it's like all their scientific claim will kind of, it will become insignificant, right?
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. So some of the key events that are like milestones in the history of the world, right? Those have to be those are called sheet anchors in history, right? So those have to be questioned, and that's what is happening right now. Without changing these, it is very difficult to portray and to say this is how the Hindu history happened. So that is a very key and very arduous exercise that we have to do. We cannot just brush away the whole of Western narrative as saying totally what you have said is wrong, totally what we have is right. Unfortunately, if we have to be in a Kurukshetra, you have to fight according to your enemy, right? If your opponent has a specific set of weapons, has a specific set of strategy, you cannot say totally you are wrong. I will fight you in my own way. No, that cannot be the case. So the strategy has to be adopted. So in this case, those key sheet anchor moments in history of the world has to be questioned, has to be proved from our perspective. That has to happen.
For example, Sendilaya, it's a good point. Well, I understand it's not a blend argument or something. It's an intellectual Kshatriya war we have to take.
See, what I think is you have to re-establish the pramanas for this yuga or for this age, right? So that re-establishment is a continuous process, and for some reason, Hindus have not done it in the recent past.
Correct. Yes. Sendilaya, you wanted to go through further detail on it, probably this particular point, if you take one example and say.
Yes, yeah. So I will say a little bit about how it impacts directly our Kailasa and how we view our Hindu chronology, like how Swamiji has hinted in his their thought process. Okay, so according to how Vedvir Arya ji has timelined our Tamil history, especially, right? So Swamiji says Paramashiva and Meenakshi, Sundareshwara and Meenakshi were the founders of an Adi Shaivite enlightened civilization that belonged to the southern part of the Indian peninsula, right? And over a period of time, after their era, after they attained Jiva Samadhi, the further history happened. Other sangams happened. Tamil and Sanskrit, they branched out for various strategic purposes of how the enlightened civilization used these two languages, how it split, and what are all the literary output that we had. Like, for example, Irayana Ragapurul, Swamiji said it was authored by Paramashiva himself. So when we look at these key literary outputs, right, like Agatyam, Irayana Ragapurul and all these, we have commentaries for them also. Even now we have commentaries for those texts, and those texts also we have. Now how they are currently dated, if you see, like dated by especially with the Western historians, if you see, they are all very recent. They are all in the CEs, right? Like AD, like 400 to 800 AD is what people acknowledge that these were authored, because from 1 CE to like 400 CE, it is assumed that Tamil language was completely secular. Tamil language did not have any religious connection to it. Tamil language was pure. It did not have any mixture of Sanskrit. And that's how it was there. After 400 CE, things started changing. There was a collision between the Tamil Shaivite traditions versus the nihilistic traditions of the Bauddham and Samanam. So, as a part of the revival process, Sanskrit sneaked into Tamil. This is the narrative, right?
Oh.
So, from 600 CE, you are seeing all these literary outputs like Irainar Agapurul and Agatyam, Tolkapiyam. From that point only, you have all your Thevarams, Thiruvasagams. This is how it is dated currently by the West. Okay, so a secular version of Tamil comes first, then a corrupted version of Tamil comes. Okay, this is the narrative, current narrative. This is also adopted by the Dravidian ideology. It is also peddled by recent European Orientalists like Kavil Zwelabil, and he's a very prominent author. Almost all of his theories, I'm finding it miraculously, mirrored by the Dravidian ideologies. How they have these kind of channels, how they draw their ideas from a European thought leaders is so shocking. The connection. So this is the Western narrative, right? Our native tradition, as how Swamiji has mentioned in a few satsangs, Vedvir Aryaji argues in a similar way, right? Vedvir Aryaji says the commentary on Irainar Agapurul by Nakira II points out that the first Sangam period lasted this many years, and it's
approximately when is the first Sangam?
Is not sorry.
First Sangam period comes into 10,000 years back, right?
The first Sangam period, as per him, is at 11,000 years. 11,000 to I think it's around 4,400 year period. There are evidences for who were the Pandya kings who ruled at the time, and he dates that Shiva himself was the convener of the first Sangam. Agatyar was there. It is during the first Sangam period, that is in that period of 4,400 years only, we had Irainar Agapurul and Agatyam author, right? Now, it is possible that during later point in time, things might have gotten added into it. It is possible. I'm not discounting that. Because of it, some confusion could have happened. Later day authors could have, the disciples of the original authors could have added something into it, which the Western historians use it as a weapon to completely, discount the whole text. So this is happening in the first Sangam, right? This is Vedvir Arya's argument. The second Sangam period is when we have Tolkapiyam being written, and lot of the texts that we know as Sangam literature, like Agam, Puram, all these things happened in the second Sangam period. I think that is around 6,000 years. The second Sangam period is the capital of the second Sangam period Tamil nation is centered on Kapadapuram. Now, he also points out that Valmiki Ramayana, he dates Valmiki Ramayana to around 5,500 BCE. And he also has clear dates for when Rama went to Lanka, when he came back. And Valmiki Ramayana mentions about Kapadapuram.
Exactly.
The second Sangam era, Kapadapuram. Okay, so it all matches correctly. Like how when he pushes back the second Sangam era to a particular range, Ramayana nicely, falls into the same era. Third Sangam era is centered on Madurai, and the third Sangam era is when more stuff is produced, but with a heavy influence of the Bauddham and Samana religions after that point in time, at a much later period. So this is how he dates it, right? So it falls nicely with what our Swamiji also says, like how it wasn't. It was not like a hunter-gatherer civilization that progressed through secular and through religious phases. It was an enlightened civilization that that probably went through a cycle of destruction, and then it is maybe it's coming back again now. So that is the key difference in the way we look at our Hindu chronology versus how the West looks at our chronology.
Yes. Nice, yeah, beautiful. So Swamiji said very nicely, and he's completely vouching on how the Lemuria Gundam happened. Okay, how that Mutta Kudi, and I don't know how many of you listened that satsang. I would recommend all of you to listen that. And he has given a definition of, there is a proverb in Tamil that Kal Tondri, Man Tondra, Kalate, Mutta Kudi. So for that, he has given a different interpretation, like, the three kind of verses he said, and he gave a interpretation. And there is a lot of, a debate going on whether which language is better. That he resolved with one sentence beautifully, that it's not which is earlier, which is, elder, which is younger. It's a source. Tamil is a source language. And how the entire evolution, rather the civilization of Lemuria Gundam, where the origination of Tamil has happened, he said it's completely based on Adi Shaivat, and it's purely a civilizational thing. So as Sindhilaya nicely put it, like it's an evaluation of the human society, and it's completely based on rather the entire community, or you call it as the entire masses, towards Jivan Mukti or towards a spirituality. Okay, this we can see uninterruptedly in all three Sangam era. To summarize all these three Sangam eras, this way I'll go. The first Sangam era, which is being established by Shiva itself. Okay, and there is a poem written by Shiva called Kalaviyal, which is, you can roughly translate it as a sexology or whatever it is, Kama Sutra or whatever it is, that still exists. So in Western narrative or the latest Dravidian narratives are very conveniently saying that it was not done in the first Sangam era, because they could not able to get the match of, to say specifically it was first Sangam era was existing 4,400 years. So it typically goes into the era of 10,000 years back, 10 to 11,000 years back, more or less. That comes along with the Rigvedic time. Okay, more or less. Okay, so then the next logic, I'm just saying how this time frame and how Swamiji's statements are really fitting in. So there is a source language. Then the one language is there used for daily dialect and other thing. Other language is focusing more on devotional and energy purpose and spiritual purpose. That's why the whole Sanskrit getting evolved. So we can very well match this with the Sanskrit used in Rigveda time and Yajurveda time. They call even in Tamil also there is something called Kadandamil and Padandamil, like that kind of the different versions are getting developed. So we can say first Sangam era is coming in the time of 9,000 BCE to 11,000 BCE. Is it right, Sandil? Right, the first Sangam era,
11,000 BCE, and it lasted for around 6,000 years.
6,000. So 4,000, from 11,000 to 6,000, 7,000 years. That is 4,400, 4,500 era. It was there the first Sangam era. Second Sangam era is basically, okay, so if you take a second Sangam era, the Kabadapuram, the main, that is a very critical element. So why this all, we are just connecting it. Why I have to connect Kabadapuram is mentioned in Valmiki and Rama has come and all the thing is, there is the invasion theory is already there. There is nothing called, you all know that, right? That Aryan invasion theory is there, and there is no connection between, South Bharat and, this Aryan Bharat. So this all invasion theories will get into smash if you just see this time chronology properly. In the second Sangam era, all the name mentioned are more or less not Tamil name. Okay, I don't have the name right now with me, but it is, when I go through it, it's absolutely, or you can very well can come to the conclusion that this all are not in a Tamil name. And there is a mention of this Kabadapuram in Ramayana. So first Sangam era we said, and as this perspective says, or this narrative says, we have not lost. As Sindhilaya said, it would have been added, or it would have been little edited, probably a modified version would have been there, but it mostly exists as it is. Okay, so the third Sangam era is, that's what more or less Western perspective is comfortable in sitting and talking about it. Why? Because once again, this is my perspective. This all guys are very comfortable with Buddha Nirvana time. Okay, so if you see the literatures come on Aimbarin Kapiyingal, there are 5 literatures which talks about, mostly it is all like one of the Sivaka Sindhamani or Silapadikaram. This is all very well talking about coexisting of both the culture, where Buddhism or Shamanism or Hinduism all are existing there. This particular epic is talking about where both the things were existing. So this Western perspective is comfortable in taking this third Sangam era. In that also there are small disputes, but more or less they are taking. That's where they are inserting one narrative. What is the inserting narrative there is, it is a not Aryan culture. It is a purely self-established, self-emerged north, and this is basically by default Buddhism. That's where the overweightage of Buddhism is coming in. By overweighting or giving overweightage to the Buddhism, the existing parts of Hinduism is eliminated or diminished or reduced, you can say that. That is the I'm just we are trying to create a table where the Sangam era is there and our other Idhikasa time is there, and we are trying to map that, and we are just saying this. So this 3 Sangam eras typically existed for around 10 to 11,000 years. So it's a long history and well documented history. So there is at least with this 3 Sangam era document in chronologically presented, posted, and if it has been established, it can easily break this Western narrative into pieces, into small mud sacks, right? So with this question, let's move on to think. But before just going, I request Prematma Swami to talk about our Hindu votes a little bit, and this all what all we are discussing. It's very important point, and we are running Hindu votes. Your votes matter, your votes counts, and in many of the questions we raise, and we are just putting up in a social media platform and other platform, and we want your opinion to be registered, and that is going to really shape us. Not only Kailasa, it's going to shape the entire practicing Hindus narratives. Pramat Swami, shall I request you to little talk about our Hindu votes, and thank you.
Yes, thank you, Nithyanandam. This is a wonderful discussion that we are having today in regarding the Hindu chronology, bringing the truth to light, and having a voice even to say that to a platform to bring out the truth and presenting the facts about. And similarly, Swamiji has given a platform for us, a place, the only nation, only Hindu nation in the world, where Hindus have the voice on the matter, on the subjects that matter to Hindus, where we have the voice to, voice our opinion on important matters. So that is the platform that we have on kailasa.org/Hindu vote, where we can cast our vote in different topics that Swamiji has given, such as, our temples, whether it should be run by Hindus or should it be run by secular governments, and such similar topics that concerns us, that matters to Hindu lives. So here is one place, in the first time in history, where Hindus have a voice in everything that matters to Hinduism, how Hindu lifestyle should be. This is the platform that Swamiji has given us. So do request everyone to visit our website, kailasa.org/Hindu votes. And not only that, you can become a citizen as well, e-citizen of the Hindu civilizational nation. Swamiji is reviving our civilization and has created Kailasa, the Hindu civilizational nation, as we are being citizens of various territories in different parts of the world. Here, as our ideology, as our religion, as Swamiji is reviving our civilization, he's creating this Hindu civilization nation. So requesting everyone to sign up and become part of our nation by signing up for the e-passport. So thank you, Aya, and definitely, Swamiji has spoken a lot regarding validating everything that Swamiji is doing to legitimizing the Hinduism, whether it is spiritually, whether it is politically, and especially with the chronology, how Swamiji brings facts, points out the dates, and as well as proof, and scientifically also, that every event, every event that has happened in Hinduism, it is not mythology, it is history, Purana, that has happened. And these incidents Swamiji has given proof. And as we continue, I'm sure Veda Surupaya and others will share more about how Swamiji has presented this as well. So thank you.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Ma. Exactly. That's the next question I want to move it to. Surbaya, I would like to listen from you that how Kailasa look at this thing, and what is the need of today from Kailasa we have to do, what are the actions we have to do, few thoughts. I'm sure you worked on this well, so I want to listen from you.
Yeah, thank you. Coming back to the history, as you know, we were discussing before, the main point which we are talking right now, or we are already into that kind of ideology of just writing down or penning down or publishing somewhere the history. It is really important, no doubt about it. But Swamiji goes beyond that. Swamiji goes beyond just giving a textual teaching only by the text. He actually, his main mission is, what I understand, is giving the experience of the history itself. Example, like when we are talking about the Mahabharata or Ramayana, all the clairvoyance or any kind of the Shaktis, whichever is taught in that way, we can keep on debating on it until we don't have any experience of it. The moment you really have an experience of it, all this, any other theories, any other books, any there's going to be a terabyte or gigabyte, a terabyte data which is there. It really doesn't matter. It completely becomes immaterial to me, right? So his main focus is on giving the experience of this history, like as Senthilaya is telling about what exactly happened in the first Tamil Sangam era, right? Even few incidents, if we have a experience of it, immediately the mind catches whatever is written is actually true, and there won't be any kind of doubt exists in anybody's mind. I think it is the experience of each and every one of us who are there, who are doing the any one of the programs, are are completely into the Kailasa. Many of the scriptures Swamiji actually brought into life for us. So that's why those scriptures and everything, it is just only mapping the text to our experience. So creating this kind of environment for current and for the future is the main goal of Kailasa. Creating this kind of the ecosystem, which is not only is going to make us realize about his story, right? And it is beautifully, the Swamiji puts this one, right? To the Western or to the other side of other religions and the Hindu side of it. Hindus, we accept anything and everything. To us, his story is nothing else but the descendants of the divine. How the divine actually descended here. It can be the Bhagavata, Shiva Purana, or Devi Bhagavatam, whichever is, we accept everything. We accept everything and nothing else but the descendant of the divine, right? So that's what I really see, that the Swamiji is actually reviving this ecosystem back, where the actual history can be experienced, and all these theories, whichever is a theory, immediately we really can go and certify very clearly that yes, it is really true, no matter what anybody is going to tell, it really doesn't matter to us. Okay, he's actually in one shot, he's actually invalidating all the books and this bookish knowledge whichever is already existing. That's what I really feel.
Perfectly right, Aya. It's a right, real nail down second time. Like, I agree. Even I just listened few of the Swamiji's video where he hinted many times, and I understand already. Instead of we always think with so much thing, so much verbal history. You call it as a recorded history. We talked about it. And Swamiji once said very clearly, I can give you the complete king's name from Ishwagu to Rama to the Bharata to there is name to year and everything is there. Like, I mean, what else? But in all our book we talked about I'm sure I studied only when this Babar, Ibrahim Lodi, and then Aurangzeb, Uska Papa, Mama, that is what we read in our history. I never in my life I don't remember that Rama. It's only a mythological thing. Out of school we study some Kadakala Shevam, you listen this Rama and other thing. We never know. They have a long history of it. Even in Tamil Nadu, honestly speaking, Rajaraja Chola and other things, we don't have that lineage and we have not read about it. And today history books we see it's completely by leftist and Marxist, and it's horrible to see. Like even though they understand after 40 years of all this debate, Marxist historians are coming back and say, we should not call this as an Aryan invasion theory. We say migration theory. Now they converted, even we should not call it as a migration theory. We have to say as a visiting theory. So many new names they have written, but still in textbook, we are very well the narrative, what we talked about. Probably Sindhilaya can a little go detail on how this Tamil narratives based on this time chronological error has been manipulated. He can just say that. But like that, not only in Tamil, even in the entire history books, this time chronology error is being highly manipulated. The impact of that. Okay, one side we are talking about, as you say, bookish knowledge and intelligence knowledge. We keep fighting. One side we keep fighting with these people and we'll keep fighting. But the best thing what Swamiji is trying to do is make all of them completely redundant and no value for all of this by just giving us an experience. That's the greatest gift Kailasa is giving to the Hindu field, I feel. So let's, if possible, NTV can just run this Swamiji video and we can listen to that. I wish all the viewers to listen this. Is it NTV is running this or is trying to run that?
Yes.
We'll wait for a few minutes. Yeah.
Still you are a superstitious science practitioner. Understand this word, superstitious science practitioner. If you do not have an authentic scale and definition of proof of existence, have a very superstitious, superficial definition of proof of existence, and go only with that, you are called superstitious science practitioner. Still, you are a superstitious science practitioner and go on claiming Mahabharata is false and Ramayana is false. Hindu history is mythology. Surely Hindu history is not mythology. The whole power manifestation science I am doing is only to establish Hindu history is not mythology. Through the remote vision, I'll prove Sanjaya saw Bhagavad Gita happening and penned it down. Personality of the integrity. Great beings like Sanjaya. Personality built on integrity. Hey, even the so-called demonic villain characters in Mahabharata, Ramayana, if you see the kind of integrity and power, oh God. Yes, Mandodari may not have been ferocious mother, might have missed bringing up her children in some understandings and cognitions and ideas. But she was an amazing, chaste, most integrated wife. That is why even Krishna could not save his beloveds from the curse of Mandodari. Sorry, not Mandodari, Gandhari. Even Mandodari is extremely chaste. I replaced Ravana's wife. Actually, the 7 chaste women you are supposed to remember every morning. Mandodari, Gandhari are all one in that. Gandhari is chastity. Even Mandodari is chastity. Gandhari is chastity. This kind of characters can never be imagined.
Okay. I think all of us has listened this. Yeah, we can. Yeah, so I hope all of us listened this beautiful video where Swamiji talked about the same thing, like how our history is not mythology, and very importantly, very importantly, how he is making this as all this, you call it as Western narratives and all is irrelevant. No one in our known history has tried to prove that. Of course, still we have to fight with them on a different level. That fight is keep going on intellectual level. We have to change the narrative. We have to fight them with their own tools. They have certain tools to talk. So we are also generating, our Hindu intellectual tanks are generating that tools. Okay, they talked about only with the linguistic. We are talking about with other 25 scientific, intellectual tools, like as I mentioned, climatology, migration theory. There is a theory somewhere I read called mouse migration theory, and of course with the DNA theories and carbon dating. So many ways the existing narratives are getting into pieces, and history is getting aligned, and more or less the whole world is coming to the conclusion that Hindu civilization, our Sanatana Dharma civilization, is the primary one, and its contribution. We are not here to say which is primary, secondary, and all, but its contribution, which has been shaded away, passed away, put it in the rope or the bedsheet ropes, and it's all getting come up, and it's all just emerging, and just we are making a statement to the world that how old we are. Not only just we are old, and we are a contributor to this cosmos, contributed to this global. Then also, now also, we will be also. And even though it has come from Hinduism, and it is not only for a Hinduism, it is for a globe. That's a statement, that's a message our rishis and sages wanted to keep giving it. So by just setting this time chronology right, the unwanted diversion this humanity take, the unnecessary path for the vested interests can get removed, and we can be a really a Jagatguru. Okay, a Hinduism can be a really Jagatguru. That's the purpose we are trying to say. And I just wanted to spend a little more time on, in Swamiji, what Swamiji said about this power power manifestation. Honestly, to me, you know, when the power manifestation we were doing for last 3-4 years, we thought fine. I mean, it's to show only the human energy. We were there, and as a spiritually, it is one. But now we get one more click that even this power manifestation, one more reason for this power manifestation is getting the time chronology right. It's little, very new, interesting tweak for me. Vesurbaya, you wanted to say something on that? Any other panelists, please, you can add a few words to it. How this power manifestation is setting the time chronology right.
Yeah, I just this power manifestation. See, one of the dimensions of the power manifestation is really going and understanding all the different dimensions of the life and going beyond these dimensions. Right? Time is also is given as one of the dimensions in that one. So not only understanding, see, understanding theoretically is one side. Understanding experientially is another thing. And the third one Swamiji is actually building and bringing it and giving to all of us is how to play with that dimension. See, it's not only, by the end of the day, it's not only just a theory which is going to be giving us whatever we want, but unless you really start playing with it, unless you really make it useful in your day-to-day life. If I am really sitting here and I am making a sankalpa, if somebody is calling me, or some meeting getting postponed, and I really want somebody to call me back. These are all the practical usages of whatever the, the bigger dimensions of, the life in a very practical way. By doing all these things, what exactly is happening is not only we are gaining the confidence in whatever happened given in the Puranas. Okay, by the way, the itihasa in Sanskrit itself, itihasa means it is nothing else but chronologically defined whatever happened before. So the moment we really go back to the itihasa and this experiences, we easily can say that yes, it happened. That's it. Okay. And there is one more dimension which Swamiji actually brings is the Akashic reading. The Akashic reading is such that even if you really get a glimpse of it, then that's it. The any other questions just will disappear because you are hooked into that bigger internet where that information will just, you can keep on downloading the information. See, it's been a very long time. Swamiji actually used to call the browse center, like, the browsing center of the universe, right? So the third eye as the browsing center of the universe, just connected to that one, hooked to that one. Only one thing is that connection is already there. Just you realize that one and you start getting using it. So even if few kids, even if few people can get experience of that one, I think that's phenomenal. And Swamiji is giving not only to few, I think he's just giving to the whole world. So that's what I really see, that the role of this power manifestation in defining the history and making the rewriting whatever we know as history is very, very vital, very, very important, because the moment anyone is going to experience these powers, immediately they are going to realize that all the Puranic and our history, the great history, Itihasa, is nothing else but real, and it is a real history. That's what I feel.
Perfectly fine. Yes. Any other one? Anyone wanted to add upon?
Yes, yeah. So I would like to add one more thing here. So Swamiji said a couple of key pointers. One is even at a personal level and at a civilizational level, we cannot negate the past. Without negating the past, we should accept. We cannot selectively. We cannot reject the past. That was a major click for me. And also he made another key point. That is, Shiva, for most of us coming from the south of Tamil Nadu, right? We know that Shiva rules the hearts of everybody. That's how we used to think. But when Swamiji said he was not just the ruler of the spiritual authority. He was not just a spiritual authority. At some point, he was also a political authority, right? He was the political sovereign. He ruled the entire South, Dakshin Bharat, as a political authority. So this, for some time, it was not clear to me why what is the significance of the statement? Should we just when Swamiji says it is the absolute truth, but it was not connecting with me. Like, how does it mean? What does it mean? What if I just think of Shiva as a spiritual authority and not as a political authority? Why would Swamiji say this point? Then the more we read about like the chronology of the Pandya kings, the chronology of the Ikshwaku kings and everything, we understand that even that aspect of our civilizational past cannot be negated. By negating that, we are missing out so much. By negating the fact that the Pandya king, so Vayu Purana says King Janapida was the progenitor of the Pandyas, along with the Purus and others. So Vayu Purana states that Pandyas were the children of King Janapida. Likewise, Cholas trace their ancestry to Ikshwaku, King Ikshwaku. So Cholas say that they trace their lineage from Ikshwaku. All of these things, if we just push it away as mythology and not as itihasa, we use the term itihasa in our dharmic traditions, right? We don't use the word mythology. So when we don't negate all of these things, we gain so much actually. When we don't negate this part of history as mythology, and we accept that this is part of our history, this is part of us, then we gain so much, because only then we accept the contribution of all these kings. Only then we can truthfully, accept what exactly happened, and that those events could become the sheet anchors of our history, and that becomes the backbone of our narrative. So it is essential that we do not negate all of these as mythology.
Exactly, yeah. Beautifully you said it's a sheet hangers. Yeah, you said sheet hangers is exactly right. That's where Swamiji talked about how our Hindu kings have run on that, how they run the kingdoms, and how this Manu Dharma is really a backbone of it, how our Varnashrama Dharma, how our all this Hindu ecosystem were existing beautifully. I wish if it's possible, can NTV run on that video?
Yes, I think as NTV is getting ready, I just wanted to add one point to what Senthilaya is sharing about our history, right? Knowing our history, not only we are proving the actual facts of the past, and not only it is bringing the pride to Hinduism, what it deserves actually, and it is not only about erasing the past. The whole intention, the strategy of erasing the past is the future, so that the future of Hinduism can be erased. So that not only as Hinduism, that the future is the strategy to erase the future, but the pride of the individual. When your past is erased and you are made to believe you're something less worthy, something you're unworthy, when your pride of your past is erased, you don't have anything to anchor upon. The inner image of the individuals, of the Hindus, is completely destroyed. Something, it is very easily, any a missionary can come and mock about your own faith, your tradition, your practices, because there is no grounds, because your grounds is already destroyed, the foundation is already destroyed. So it is very easy to collapse the individual. It is easy to convert the Hindus. So the whole strategy of not only the erasing of the past is not only as a religion, the history is erased, but as existence of the individual, to erase their own self-confidence, of their worthiness, so that it is easy to convert the Hindus into any other religion. So it is very important what Swamiji is doing in reviving and bringing the facts to the forefront and presenting it. We feel the pride of our own past and keep it alive. It is worth deserving. As of now, the missionaries, all this Ravish gang has made us believe that we are unworthy of living. Hinduism is unworthy of protecting, and Hindus are unworthy of surviving, or Hindus are unworthy of living. That is the shame that is they have put that image on us. So maintaining this chronology, bringing this chronology to the truth, and bringing legitimacy to each one of it is very, very important, not only for preserving the history of Hinduism, but for our own survival, for survival of Hindus. It is very, very essential. So it is in this I wanted to bring this, as Avi Muktaya pointed out, another video we wanted to share, how Hindu history, in recorded history, Swamiji points out that we have the first recorded democracy, not just democracy of everybody going and voting, but responsible democracy. Like in financial matters, a person who's expert in that field will go and vote. Not anybody and everybody can randomly go and vote on something that they don't know about. So not only we had democracy, but we had responsible democracy. So, and we have a recorded history of such events happening. So that is the video that we'd like to share, Swamiji talking about this.
See, the oldest available record in recorded human history, democracy appears only in Hindu history. Understand? The oldest available records of the human history, the modern day, the recorded human history, the concept of democracy is available only in Hindu tradition. We call it responsible democracy. Means people who are already educated in economic principles vote for economic principles. People who are already educated in enlightenment science, they vote for the enlightenment science-based related principles. People who are already educated in the field of agriculture and who are practicing agriculturists, they vote for agriculture-based related policies, principles. See, somebody who doesn't have any economical policy, strategy related knowledge, and if you give him the voting right, what he will do? If you give 1,000 rupees to him or some freebie, that is the best economic strategy or policy for his personal life, so he will vote for you. That's all. That's the way the freebies hijack the health of the nation. How in modern day democracies, freebies are used to hijack the health of the nation. Economical health of the nation is hijacked by the freebies. Because for a common man, he knows only economic policies and strategies for his personal life. He doesn't have a knowledge or he is not educated about the country's good, or what is good for country, what is the right policy for the country. Because he is not educated. If something he thinks good for his personal economic strategy and economic policy, immediately he votes for it. How the freebies are used to destroy countries. Irresponsible democracy. Hinduism practiced responsible democracy. Each field, people who are experts in that field were given voting right. Beautifully in Shaivite tradition, we have a concept called Anubhava Mantapa. The experience once gather and vote. Oldest recorded concept of demand draft existed between the Rameshwaram Pandits, Brahmins and Kedarnath Brahmins, they had a system. The Rameshwaram Brahmins, if you deposit some money with them and they will give the palm leaf written with a signature, you take it and give people who are doing the yatra. If you hand over that leaf in Kedarnath, they will hand over the money to you for your yatra. This demand draft system. Same way, Tiruppanandal Adinam had Tiruppanandal Adinam. If you deposit money, you can collect it in their Kashimat branch. They had a system. The documentations are available. The oldest demand draft practice. And in Madurai Adinams, there are references available. Demand draft service between Madurai Adinam and Nellai Gnanasamandar Adinam. I think at some time it was a branch of Madurai, Madurai Adinam. There are some temples in Sri Lanka. Gnanasamandar sang in Devaram. So those temples are also under the spiritual guidance of Madurai Adinam. Once upon a time, even Rameshwaram temple was under the guidance of Madurai Adinam, Arulakshi of Madurai Adinam. And I'm trying to revive the responsible democracy. I'll give you the sutra, the Shastra Pramana, for some of the statements about the democracy. Manusmriti, 8th chapter, first sloka says, Vyavaharan titrushushu brahmanaihi sahapartiva mantragnairapi mantripihi chaiva vinita praviset sabam. Desirous of looking into the administrative businesses of the government and governance of the country and the legal cases, the king shall enter the Sabha with humility along with Brahmanas, the educated ones in those fields, and ministers, thinkers and administrators in those fields who are knowledgeable in giving the right advice. With the grace of Ganapati, Paramashiva, we are working on reviving the parliamentary system practiced in Hinduism, what I call responsible democracy.
Yes, Nithyananda. Thanks. So, it is so, once again, as usually, a beautiful video. We understand. So, I just thought of little concluding, like what we have done with the time chronology discussions, and we'll be continuing this discussion in coming week also. For all our viewers, we are going to have greatest panelists like Dr. Prayendraji, who will be coming in upcoming weeks, who has done an excellent research on this time chronology from multifaceted departments. Okay, I got little hints of that, and I'm really surprised by it. Even last 2 weeks with Ved Viraya and Nilesh Vok, when we are discussing it, we are finding even our panel understanding is much more, gaining a momentum. And in fact, we are understanding our Swamiji's solution to it is real solution. I personally get more and more clicks and clarity that, okay, one side we are understanding time chronology is blended, mistakes have happened, knowingly, unknowingly, or we don't know how it's, but there is a complete error of time chronology is there. It's a time we have to set this time chronology, set it right. And understanding and knowing this is very, very important, not just because of for the Hindus, for every individual. By just knowing a wrong, history, we are getting into self-denial mode, self-hatred, self-doubt. All these things are creeping in us. Okay, when we say history, we just talked about kings and how they rule the country. It's not only that. Setting this timeline right and understanding, like how Swamiji says, democracy of democracy, the way in which our Hindu kings are running based on dharmas. This is giving a clear cut trend. When I was talking to some leftist friend, they somehow come to the conclusion that democracy is going to, only the way is going to live. They talk about a French Revolution, then just go a little back on this, and they say how French Revolution has brought all this kind of a liberalization and all this stuff. I used to tell them, this is all just 200, 300 years old. Hey man, just hold on. We have something to talk about for at least 10,000 years. Okay, so 10,000 years history is there, and there is much right things to learn from that. And it's a time. So once we start setting this timeline right, I'm getting more confident that there's all this myth. Okay, this is the best thing can happen to the humanity is going to get eliminated. So I thank all of you for being here, and all all your inputs are really valid to us, and we will keep evolving from here. Okay, so with this, I just thank the panel team. Prematma Swami, it's for you. You can just take it up to the next segment. As a last point, any of the panelists wanted to add some points? Quickly, you can add in just 60 seconds or maybe lesser than that.
Yeah, only one few things I just wanted to add. Like, we really immensely need to be very grateful to the foreign historians. If they wouldn't have penned down some of the things, we would have completely forgotten what exactly the Chandragupta Maurya had done, or what exactly the who the Vijayanagara kingdom, actually how the Vijayanagara kingdom actually was there. Okay? So I think we need to be. We need to thank all the people who really actually pen down all these historical events. Okay, as a foreigner historians. That's it.
Yeah, thank you. And Aya Sendilaya, you have anything to your last punch?
So we would like to urge everybody to see what are the new techniques that are coming out in dating our events. Like as you mentioned, you mentioned, like many 25 different types of new techniques are growing now. So one of the key things is the credibility for our paleo astrology. As Swamiji says, astrology is a proper science, and paleo astrology also helps us fix the timeline much more appropriately, because when every small scripture says about this is the nakshatra in which this king was coronated, this was the Rashi, this was the constellation, the sun was in this constellation, like that. They given detailed information about when each king became a king, when each king was born, and so on. So this aspect also we shun away, because we think astrology is fake. But as Swamiji says, astrology has to be treated as its own science, Jyotisha. So that also will help us fix the chronology of our Hindu history in a much better way.
Perfectly right, Aya. So with the astrology, we learned today in our panel discussion, even a power manifestation should be one of the important tool to pull this, time chronology errors. Just when we are bringing out this power manifestation as part of our lifestyle or system, as Ved Surabhai has very nicely, explained it. I wish that the whole community, whole world, not only an historian, even every citizen of this, cosmos, understand that just by experiencing this, supernatural powers, that whatever is there in our history is true and it's completely real. So that's a new tool we should add. 25 plus 1 kind of a tool. It should be part of one more tool for us. Yes, Akilaya, you have anything to add?
So I just wanted to point out there is one trend that has began to emerge, right? So all the new ideas that are coming out, right? Whether it is in all the areas, whether it's archaeology or whether it is even dating or paleo dating, whatever, those 25 techniques, right? The researchers who have been integrated to the data available in Shastras, right? They are the ones who are giving the breakthrough. Like, for example, if you look at archaeological astronomy, right? Now, the researchers who have taken the maximalistic view that, okay, all the astrological data is correct, only they are able to fit the pieces into the puzzle properly. Like, for example, even if you look at paleo dating, right? Now, those who have gone and said, in case of like Ramayana, those have said, okay, all the botanical information or animal information present in Ramayana is true. They are able to fit all the puzzles together properly. The hardest part is the power manifestation, right? Which Swamiji is taking care of. Now, for rest of the researchers who don't have the patience to do the power manifestation, there are other tools. The easiest trick is just be integrated to what the Shastras or the Itihasas have to say. You will not go wrong in terms of, re-explaining it to the rest of the world.
Perfectly right. Yeah. So finally, if any researchers with one mindset of Hinduism is real, if they start moving, all the dots will be perfectly connected. Correct. That's a one more beautiful point. By the way, we are just closing down only this time chronology part. I wish and I request all the panelists to continue for more time on. We are just moving to next segment of on our Hindu food, and Sandan Lakshmi Amma is there. Then after that, we will be connecting with one more question on why Kailasa ecosystem is need. It's absolute need of time to address all the issues currently the cosmos is facing through. Okay. Yes. Yes, Prematma Swami, you can move to the next segments.
Thank you, Aya. Yes. So as we are discussing today, especially we has chosen the topic on Hindu chronology, and as Kailasa as a whole, as how Swamiji is reviving every single dimension of Hindu lifestyle and bringing it back to life, and how it is beneficial. Hindu, every aspect of life, whether it is food, whether it is clothing, or our different lifestyles, whether we are doing yoga, whether it is chanting, everything is enlightenment science. And of those different dimensions, today I would like to invite Dr. Santana Lakshmi to come and share our Hindu lifestyle, especially with respect to food. And recently also Swamiji had stressed upon the importance of hunger, why we should have the Jatar Agni alive in our stomach, and how it actually awakens these different aspects of the Lakshmi and the knowledge, actually, especially the Jatar Agni. And like that, he has spoken about awakening different aspects, whether it is the Lakshmi, the Saraswati, or the Shakti, the power. And as people, different, we can see many people would want to awaken these energies, whether it is manifesting the wealth in their life, or the knowledge, or the power, how to go about it. And all these techniques lie within us, and the science is within the science. Hinduism has given the science for it. So today I'd like to request Dr. Santana Lakshmi to come and share about the significance of our food, the lifestyle that we have in Hinduism, how it is both supporting in our life here as well as with respect to enlightenment itself.
Thank you, Prematma Swami. So today, very beautifully, we were discussing about how the ancient system, how our Hinduism has evolved such a beautiful, profound way. The tradition was keeping alive, and how beautifully we were living and all those things. But now the only one hope and the only one light to keep this beautiful, amazing tradition and civilization, to take this to either next level, or to prevent or to protect, or to keep this alive for the next generation, etc. The only one hope is divine holiness, Bhagavan Shri Nithyananda Paramashivam. So thank you, Swamiji, for this opportunity to share this knowledge to this world, and also for this platform. Now I would like to share about food. In so many various satsangs, Swamiji very beautifully spoke about food. Very elaborately, very beautifully, amazingly, he has enlightened us when it comes to food. So I would like to give a little bit brief on what is meant by food, what Swamiji says exactly about food. Food is the first idea, concept with which exploitation on you starts. This is what Swamiji exactly very boldly, straightforwardly utters the word, which gives huge shock, but that is the truth. Based on very easily people will get either incompletion or completion with the food, because that majorly plays in our muscle memory and biomemory. So when it comes to food, the preliminary exploitation, it happens from there. It is through food society enslaves us. Now literally all the major cities are food deserts, means nothing to eat is available. Understand? They all have food like products, not food. Food like products, but not food. This is so many times Swamiji will be keep on stressing us. Whatever we are consuming, these are food like products, but not exactly food. The food we eat becomes part of our body day by day. It becomes part of our blood. The blood becomes our blood. Part of our bone marrow, part of our internal organ, very subtle but surely part. Even becomes part of our intra-organ. In this whole process, not only the food, what we consume, what we take, its part, the thought currents, what we cherish also becomes part of our body. That's why in Hinduism, we always insist that the consequences behind non-vegetarian food, and also the food like products, but not food. Understand, the food we take is processed along with the thought currents, what we cherish, and it becomes part of our internal organs and intra-organs. And also here, I would like to share, Swamiji always stress, whatever the medicinal system, especially when it comes to our indigenous ancient system of medicines, we always insist about food. The food, what we consume, it becomes our part. So we, in our either Ayurvedic, Siddha medicinal system or naturopathy system of medicines, or the, in villages, various types of system of medicines, we're following almost, Swamiji insists, 200 indigenous medicinal systems. It's been, following in our Vedic civilization. So in all those systems, we keep on insisting about the food, what we are consuming. Because food is regarded as a medicine at many of our system of, Vedic tradition. But this is more obvious and apparent in ancient system of Vedic medicines. Our system, our Vedic medical system promotes and encourages the natural food. That is the food which is provided by nature and is consumed essentially in the natural form. That's so even Swamiji very beautifully utters in Kamika Agama that surrounding our houses, we have to have various types of trees, right from moringa leaves, banana tree, neem tree, etc. Because we always consider food is a medicine. So in our Vedic system, we align with completely, we merge with completely with natural forms. When it comes to food also, we always insist and consume which is available naturally. Vedic system food is classified as acidic food, alkaline, live, dead, eliminative, soothing, constructive, vegetarian, liquid, fruit, mono, etc. So here I would like to share how also Swamiji stressed how far away we came out from our natural system of Vedic medicines. Like example, where we were living very beautifully, amazingly aligning with nature and natural principles. When it comes to food also, we exactly Swamiji is saying that we completely forget about what is meant by agriculture and how it's happening and etc. Here Swamiji beautifully says that the amount of disgrace brought on our traditional professions like farming, agriculture by this British. Most of you guys from India may not have even seen agriculture happening with your eyes. Means that plowing, weeding, planting, etc. Obviously, even this current generation, when it comes to current generation, we couldn't even, know how the plate of rice, how it comes to in front of our, how in front of us. So the heavy hard work and various types of programmings and everything has been done behind the plate of rice is something huge and amazing. That's what Swamiji is stressing again. Most of you guys from India may not have even seen agriculture happening with your eyes, means that plowing, weeding, planting. You might have seen only tractor plowing anyhow. So it is so unfortunate the science is lost. It is such a painful thing where our ancestors were keeping the science alive. Because our ancient, either our Vedic civilization or ancient system of medicines, we completely believe on food. Food is a medicine. That's how our ancestors have planned the agriculture happening. But completely we have lost that science, which is very unfortunate. Somehow we are made to believe into the pseudo-freedom concept, medicines, art, horticulture, cloth, everything. And also Swamiji adds, do you know every 100 kilometers in India, we have a different way of cooking. Just travel 100 kilometers, you will have a different kind of cooking. So amazing. It's such a beautiful, amazing civilization where in each kilometers, even various, just few hundred kilometers, we are having different type of cooking. Here I would like to add a few things where near surrounding us, even Ayurveda stress that, our Vedic system stress that, near surrounding us, whatever grows, either fruits or vegetables, the microbial activity, the mineral vitamins, the micro minerals, whatever is there in that mud or in that earth or in that atmosphere, the same thing will be there in the vegetable and fruits, whatever we are consuming nearby us. Even our body, our system will be also functioning with the same atmospheric pressure, temperature, and the microbial activity, etc. Then how come we can be like we're exporting and importing when it comes to vegetables and fruits? Obviously, that may leave secondary diseases. That is how our ancestors very beautifully designed. In Shastra, very amazingly, Swamiji, the one and only who is reviving that beautiful science, and he is preserving that science till now. In Shastra, beautifully, they are mentioning that each 100 kilometers of the villages, the different types of cooking, the different types of vegetables they are using and cooking, which is available nearby them. So that is how we are giving importance on the food, because we live on the same land. What grows from that land we eat. We build houses out of that mud. What grows from that land, out of that we make our clothes, means literally our whole energy was with that land. But through Kailasa, we are reviving this science. We are preserving this science. The only hope for this is Kailasa. And again, I would like to share here, when it comes to food, obviously, the detox, which is very, very important. When it comes to, again, Swamiji is stressing on either dry fasting or nirahara samyama or mucus-free diet, etc. Or everything boils down on the detox. When detox will bring tremendous immune system, not just against the pandemic situation, whatever we are currently facing, but it will bring such strong bio-memory and bioenergy and muscle memory. Who knows, today is Corona. Maybe tomorrow some other name will come. Some day after tomorrow, some other different kind of mutation of virus may come, may arise. So we don't know what kind of diseases will arrive. The only hope and the only thing which is solving the root cause, root issue is the bringing the strong biomemory and bioenergy and muscle memory. That will only possible by living our ancient system of our Vedic civilization lifestyle, where right from getting up from the morning until now, till sleeping, till go to bed, the beautifully our ancestors were designed the science, and still it is alive and it has to be alive.
Yes, thank
It
you.
will not
Thank you
attract
so
pain
much.
or
It's well narrated.
insecurities, but
Yes, I think there
I
is
think
some.
maybe she's having some technical issues.
Yes, Sendilaya, okay. Vedaswarupaya, you would like to add something on this point? You said, you can add it, Aya.
Yes, I know it's what mom is telling is another, it is, if I have to put it in whatever we are really talking, right? So it may not be just from the historical and time chronological point of view, but from the point of why Kailasa is needed, why there should be an ecosystem which should be there, which need to give all these experiences to the people, and which gives this kind of hope to the people, which take the humanity in the right direction. As Ma was actually speaking, like, the food is a primary thing with which human beings are actually they are actually deviated, or they are actually bribed with, you can say, right? So how Swamiji is slowly making everyone to realize that and come out of that kind of those crutches, I can say. So experiencing I myself experiencing the Nirahara Samyama, I say a tremendous kind of a freedom you really feel inside. I say that's only it's a starting level of the unclutching from this the kind of food. Still need to Swamiji really want to go deeper and deeper about it, so that we can experience the higher consciousness much more in a deeper way. So from that angle, I really see that the need of the Kailasa and need of this ecosystem is pretty much there, and everyone, I say that it is not just the Hindus, everyone on the planet Earth need to understand the need of the Kailasa and this environment, this ecosystem very strongly. That's what I just wanted to conclude from here.
Thank you. Thank you, Aya. So thank you, Dr. Santana Lakshmi, for sharing the importance of food. How in Hinduism, food is actually used as a medicine, so that medicine doesn't become food for us. A beautiful lifestyle that is prescribed, and how Swamiji slowly, like he has brought this inculcated into a lifestyle for us. Definitely, if one day Swamiji brought all of this and said, okay, come on, live this lifestyle, we would have definitely not followed. But slowly, Swamiji has brought us into living the culture of Hinduism and this lifestyle, the bestest lifestyle that a person can have, whether it is the morning routine of yoga or the food, or even the thinking, how our powerful cognitions. In every aspect, Swamiji has micromanaged and given the best lifestyle, not only for us, not only for Hindus, but for the whole of humanity, so the world can benefit. Hinduism is an enlightenment science. It is not meant only for Hindus, but it is for the whole world. So that the entire humanity can live the bestest life. As often as Swamiji says, the only purpose of being a human being is for enlightenment. If we have chosen a human body itself, means that we have taken birth on planet Earth as human being for the purpose of enlightenment, for achieving our highest purpose. We may have forgotten, and that is why the incarnation himself has happened as Guru for us to remind us our purpose of why we have taken this birth, and he has taken reminding us and giving every possible technique and to give us enlightenment. Enlightenment itself, he has joined. He has happened on planet Earth for us. So thank you, Ma, for joining and sharing the importance of food in our lifestyle. So next we are moving on to the causing segment. As we are discussing today with the time chronology, Hindu chronology, how Swamiji is legitimizing the various historical events of Hinduism, of Hindu history, and legitimizing the signs of enlightenment and the with respect to our historical happenings. And we can see in our life with power manifestation how it has become a common terminology in our language, our vocabulary. We just use power manifestation just like any other word. It has become so common for us. Actually, Swamiji has told that seeing in third eye would become as common as seeing with two normal eyes. So that is how much that he is bringing legitimacy and how much Swamiji is reviving Hinduism. And in that, the traditions that we follow, the rituals that we have followed for centuries, for ages, for thousands of years, Swamiji is bringing back that to life. With respect to power manifestation, we've heard in this panel also, and we say, okay, what is power manifestation? How do I manifest powers? How do I awaken, get my third eye awakened? So in that, it is not just a theory, it is for everyone. Every single person on planet Earth can manifest powers, and every human being has third eye. So to know more about this, to experience this for yourself, that it is not some mythology, it is not some superstition, it is real, and you can also experience it. We have the Paramashivoham program that is happening continuously since April of last year, without a break. This program, the 16-day program that's been going on continuously. The next season 21 of Paramashivoham has just started, where you yourself can experience Hinduism, Hindu lifestyle, and how it benefits you, including manifesting the power of third eye. So one of the greatest rituals of multiple traditions that Swamiji is reviving, one beautiful tradition is offering of Maheshwara Puja. Maheshwara Puja is offered for the purpose of liberating the departed souls. So in that, the best way, a tradition, a beautiful tradition, an ancient ritual that Swamiji has revived for all of us to become part of it, to offer this puja so that we can help liberate those departed souls that have left their body. So in this tradition, the offering of Maheshwara Puja, the food is offered to the sannyasis, and the food is accepted. This is accepted by His Divine Holiness, the Incarnation Himself. That is the bestest place that we can, the bestest food offering that we can do is giving to an Incarnation Himself, because that is like offering food to 10,000 people. In the Maheshwara Puja, when the food is offered, it is offered to the sannyasis as well. The Jatar Agni of the sannyasis, the fire in the stomach of the sannyasis, when the food is offered to that, it reaches the departed souls, the Pitrus. And when they are accepting this, the souls get liberated. Such a beautiful tradition, which Swamiji has made it into a lifestyle for us. Every single month, we have three times the Maheshwara Puja happening, where we are offering food to the sannyasis so the souls can get liberated. And in this, we have thousands of people from all over the world offering this puja and benefited. And it is when we are offering and liberating the departed souls, it is not only for the soul itself, but it helps in our completion with that soul that has left the body. So we have so many people benefiting from offering this Maheshwara Puja every month. And today we have Ma Nithya Karunananda joining us from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, USA, to share her experience of offering this puja and how she has benefited from it. So thank you, Ma Nithyananda, and thank you for joining us today. Nithyananda, you're muted. If you can unmute, please.
Nithyananda, my name is Sandhya Gate, and my spiritual name is Ma Nithya Karunananda. And it's my pleasure to be on the panel today, talking about Maheshwar Puja.
Whatever it is tomorrow morning.
Yes, Ma. Can you please go ahead and share, Ma, your experience of offering? I'm sure when you have met Swamiji and your experience, and also with respect to Maheshwara Puja, if you could please share your experience.
I met Swamiji around 14 years ago, and I have seen Maheshwar Puja being conducted many, many times. One of the first times I offered was when my mother passed away. And as everybody knows, mother is the dearest one to all of us. My father had passed away a long time ago, but it was so wonderful, the feeling of that Swamiji was going to take care of her and liberate her, that the whole funeral, I didn't have any tears in my eyes, and I was very calm and peaceful, and really, really thanked Swamiji for that experience. Because anytime I went to any funeral, attended any other funeral, I used to cry a lot. But this time I could feel the completion. I was so peaceful. It was just surreal to me. And no nightmares or dreams later on, nothing. It was just a fantastic feeling, knowing that my mother will be liberated. Then recently, my young nephew passed away at age 44, and he had a heart attack. So I told my sister about Maheshwar Puja and how important it is, and she knew that how I behaved at my mother's funeral. And she also totally agreed, and she offered the Maheshwar Puja. And she also felt very, very complete afterwards, because this is such a young person dying, and what could the family have done to prevent this, and things like that. She was really kind of tortured by all these thoughts. But she also said that she felt fantastic and very completed. And just knowing that the departed soul, whichever body they are in right now, they will be liberated, is such a big comforting thing. So I have
definitely,
yeah. I have also offered to my near and dear ones that have departed a long time ago, including my pet cat, Oreo, also. And now Swamiji is also offering that while we are living also, we can offer completion for ourselves. And that I have done also, and that is wonderful also.
Beautiful, Ma. Thank you so much for sharing. Actually, it is not an easy thing. It is, when a family member leaves the body, passes away, it is not it is very painful, something that an individual goes through. Through this puja, one, of course, with the teachings of Swamiji and with the initiations that we receive from Swamiji and the understanding that Swamiji has given us about death, he has, for every single one of us, he has made this whole process itself as like, okay, from it is like how he always jokes with the Kailasavasis, that it is just a department change. The body may change, but this department may change, but work continues. So he has made us given the right understanding about death itself, where one thing, we do not feel the pain of when somebody leaves the body. That is one thing. And secondly, with that soul itself, whether that soul has connected with Swamiji or not, realizes the value of Guru or not, or had a Guru or not, having that opportunity to just get liberated just because we are offering the Maheshwara Puja and the Pinda Tarpanam to the Pitrus. So it is such a beautiful tradition. In everything, like as we were discussing in this panel also, everything in Hinduism is a science. Whether the cremation, the procedure of cremation that we do, it is scientific. And actually in Hinduism, we know that the soul takes many, many births till their desire is fulfilled. It takes, we believe in, we not only believe, we know that the souls take multiple births to fulfill their desires and karmas, what they have wanted to fulfill in their life. So as such, when a person leaves the body, not only the different types of karmas that we have, it takes 13 days to actually carry that whole baggage of karma to transfer from this body to another. So the science of even the cremation, why the bodies are cremated, so that it stops this transfer of luggage of karma and reduces the load of karma that we carry on to the next birth, and so on. There's so much more depth to how we choose the next body, why we choose the next body, whether we are choosing to be poor, whether we are choosing to be rich, and how it is a decision. It is a decision that we make, and most often, unfortunately, it is an unconscious decision. And how to make that as a conscious decision. Also, there is a separate program, Swamiji, the Nithyananda Spirana program that Swamiji conducts, so that we go through this death process consciously, so that the next birth that we can take can be a conscious birth. Every single science of Hinduism, Swamiji is just revealing to us and given to us and made it as an experience. It is not just theory that we hear, and it is not just an intellectual dry knowledge, but for every single one of us that is following Swamiji, and it is an experience for us. So in that, this beautiful tradition of Maheshwara Puja, how it is not only liberating the soul that has departed, but such a completion that gives between us and the departed souls. There may be some things which, it is, which we may have not completed, which we have not shared. Maybe we fought and we never talked again. Maybe there are some misunderstandings, or maybe the longing or the missing of not fulfilling that relationship that soul may have left. Correct. All of these incompletions, the Maheshwara Puja just completes us so beautifully, where we are complete with that soul moving on to their journey of enlightenment. Such a beautiful tradition that Swamiji has brought us back and helps us to experience the beauty of Hinduism and the science of Hinduism in every part of our life.
So true. Yes. And
so I'm just going to request.
In generally,
go ahead.
In most of the houses, Shraddha is offered by the family priest, and it has to be offered every year. Once you do the Maheshwara Puja once, you don't need to repeat it. That's another thing, because the soul will be liberated after that birth. So really, that's a wonderful thing.
And all of these traditions that Swamiji is reviving as part of Kailasa, like as a Kailasa nation. Why? Again, we come to this topic of why Kailasa nation is required, why it is essential. Such traditions, definitely we are not going to have the respect or value for this, or the understanding of it and support for it in a secular country. But having a place in our own nation, we can bring and live these practices authentically and benefit. Every single one of these practices, it is not just a ritual for the sake of ritual. It is not a meaningless ritual that is performed, but it is done for our own benefit. There is a science to it, and there is a benefit that every single one of us receive from it. So it is for that purpose that these rituals are there and these pujas are there, and how Swamiji is reviving for us to benefit from it. So I'm going to
Yes, ma'am.
request Avimuktaya to share your experience of this Maheshwara Puja tradition and how, in your experience of how you benefited from this.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, just before getting into my, my experience, I want to give few thoughts which you nicely put it. Point one is, compared to Abrahamic religion, only one difference. What is in Hinduism? We believe that there is no death. It's a continuous birth for us, and we want to get off this karmic cycle, and we wanted to get a liberated. Right. That is one of the main purpose of the life. Right. I mean, that's why we need a guru. That's why we look for all this kind of spiritual seeking. Right. So in this process, it's very, 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 very important to have this package to get cut off. Okay, so unless and until this package is getting cut off, and the path for liberation is always going to be heavy. So one, it is mandatory for any seekers or any person who wanted to get a mukti. So it's a mandatory process. Okay, if at all you believe in a Hinduism, you have to have this. There are many processes to do it. As Ma was saying, we have a Shraddham at our home, we call the priest and do that. Fine. That is like, I want to go to X place. Instead of taking a flight, I'll go by walking, or I'll go by, bus or something. But the Maheshwara Puja is a process whereby you just picked up by helicopter or flight from your place and put it in another place. Like, that it is that speeder and faster. How this is, innumerable experiences, what I heard from our Sangha team, through my experience, I can share it. You won't believe, today morning only I was just talking to one of a person, and one of our devotee was just sharing her problem, what she was going through in her family. Of course, she has done a couple of Maheshwara Puja. She's a long time devotee, and she knows what Maheshwara Puja is. But one of her family member was going through that. So she was narrating a story, like how, there is still my, the relationship is going through because of some kind of it's not a black magic or some ghost story, some kind of a little spiritual element added to it. She was telling that even just because of that incident, after that particular incident, my sister is going through this kind of a problem, she was telling. So immediately I said, if that is having it in your mind, why don't you just start doing Maheshwara Puja? So it's not only, see, when we do Tarpanam, Jnana, Jnada, Tadarva, means when we do the Tarpanam, it's not only our blood relative of 3 up, 3 down, 6, 7, 3 up means 1, 2, 3, my father, grandfather, great grandfather, and that pairs 6 plus 1. That's what normally when we do the Tarpanam, the 7th generation of above will give, and even the people who knows it unknown to it, mean unknowingly known to us. Okay, there might be somebody would have created some kind of a biomemory and muscle memory to it, which would have been stopping your further movement of your soul. That all can be cured, cleared, downloaded, and make your path very simple only by Guru. So from all means, Maheshwara Puja is an ultimate way of getting into, you can say enlightenment society. If you want to get in society as an enlightenment, today take the people who lost their life in the COVID and all, it is not there. I mean, it's none of, they have not done anything, right? It is all suddenly created, we don't know what karma, but this beyond our logic. Okay, Guru can do a magic of just removing this karma back and make them liberated. So, and unfortunately, you say, like in India, if you do it, I mean, I'm sure that superstitious laws are coming. I don't know Maybe someday they may come and say, if it is not called as a service offering to my elders, this can become a superstitious loss also. I don't know when this will become, but that's what most of our practices are getting and taken away from us and named as a superstitious one. So Kailasa as a seed bank of Hinduism, it has to keep this, and whoever has seen this as an experience. Okay, we have seen this in our family. One of my wife blood relative, we have done Maisha Puja. We have seen there is changes happening in their family. Light feeling for us and family related people, and obviously logically probably I may not be knowing what happened to the soul who has left, but at least to experientially the people in existing living people, we could able to find that non-heaviness. As Ma was saying, I have not cried in any places. It's a non-heaviness space, rather the complete space. We could able to realize it. This is what sharing from mine. Thank you.
Thank you, Aya. So actually, as we are talking about the seed bank of Hinduism, how Swamiji has created Kailasa as a seed bank of Hinduism. Meaning, like, for example, in our temples, all the South Indian temples, all of us, we can see that there are some they have the gopurams and kalasas on top of it. In these kalasas, the dhanyam, navadhanyam, the grains are stored, and these are stored for this, like when there is flood or destruction, the grains are saved on top of the kalasam so that can be used after the floods are drained and we are ready to harvest, plant the seeds again. It is like that. We need a place to preserve this beautiful traditions of Hinduism, this enlightenment science, and which is what Swamiji has created through Kailasa. So I just request NTV to please play this video from directly Swamiji talking about how he has created Kailasa as a seed bank of Hinduism.
This 21-day month-long celebration is mainly celebrated to share the Hindu grand narrative to the world. As I said, Hindus suffered more than Jews. All over the world, how the Jews felt the need for Israel, same way Hindus felt the need for Kailasa
Anything else you'd like to share your experience with
to keep the Hinduism alive. We need at least one small place to keep the Hindu religion a legitimate religion with its pure form, at least like a seed bank. At least like a seed bank. Kailasa is done as a seed bank for Hinduism. I'm only 43 now. 26 years of hard work, sincere work, from the blessings of Paramacharya, guidance of Jayendra Saraswati Mahaswamiji and Dayananda Saraswati Mahaswamiji, this beautiful Kailasa nation has happened. I also want to put this on record. Vivekananda visualized Hindu nation. Aurobindo aspired for it. Yogananda yearned. Osho worked. Maharshi Mahesho he mandated. With the grace of Paramashiva and all their blessings, Nithyananda made it happen. Paramashiva manifested through Nithyananda.
So we're back on. Yes. So as we are discussing about the seed bank of Hinduism, how Swamiji has created this Kailasa nation for us to benefit and reap the benefits of Hinduism. And today, Ma Karunananda has joined to share about her experience with Maheshwara Puja, as well as I'm going to request her to share her experiences knowing Swamiji and her life after meeting Swamiji.
Yeah, so the main thing I was just going to tell you was growing up in India as a Hindu, we saw and participated in a lot of rituals, but even the priests and the parents were not really able to explain to us why these rituals were done and why there was no science behind it. So we didn't particularly connect to those rituals. But as soon as Swamiji came into my life, and one by one he started explaining about all these rituals and all the things about Hinduism, how scientific they are. Everything started to make sense, and then I really got interested in Hinduism per se. And now, as you said, we really need our own nation to practice all these rituals the way we want to perform them. Because in most of the countries, we are not able to perform all the rituals the way we want to. And so having our own Hindu nation is the main thing. And Swamiji is definitely, as he puts it, seed bank of Hinduism, is absolutely perfectly described what his meaning to do. So for hopefully forever, that'll be the seed bank preserved.
Yes, Ma, definitely. And each one of us actually are benefiting from this science, this knowledge. As you rightly said, we may have been born in Hindu families, but does not mean that we have actually had any knowledge of Hinduism or even the meaning of the significance of the rituals that we are doing. And Swamiji is beautifully bringing that knowledge, and not just knowledge, but experience itself for us to live Hinduism, the benefits, how practical it is, how scientific it is, and the benefits that we get from living Hinduism. And every aspect of it, this knowledge, I mean, it may look like an ocean, but every single thing it's beautifully scripture. It is written. It is, all these various scriptures, the significance of it, Swamiji has spoken at length, expanded on that, so we can benefit from that. So we can always check, the KAILASapedia, the Hinduismpedia. Immense knowledge about Hinduism is provided so that each one can learn from it and get the benefits of it. So it is a blessing for us that such a great tradition of Hinduism is being revived by Swamiji for the entire humanity to benefit from. So I'm just going to request the NTV operator to share one of the share the experiences, how you can become part of Kailasa Nation. As we see different people take different initiatives to contribute to become part of Kailasa. Either it is as simple as a voting. They want to cast their vote whether Hindus should have their right for running their temples. Or is the caste system, is it important? There is such a misunderstanding, or not even a misunderstanding, a strategy, a cunning strategy in misrepresenting the whole caste system so that it is eliminated. How it was such a backbone, the Varna system being a beautiful backbone for the Hindus to live, a beautiful structure created by our rishis and sages, so that we can have a beautifully functioning lifestyle and a tradition. How it was systematically, cunningly, strategically collapsed so that it can collapse the Hindu lifestyle itself. And Swamiji is bringing us the knowledge about it and reviving this whole tradition of caste system. And likewise, in different aspects of Hinduism, how Swamiji is reviving and how you can become a part of it, maybe casting a vote or by becoming a e-citizen of KAILASA, or even contributing your time, treasure, or talent. So one such experience is, one such opportunity that we have is becoming a founding father of KAILASA, becoming a Sarvajñapita Yajaman. So today we would like to share the experience of Maitreyi Solai in her experience of becoming a Sarvajñapita Yajaman and how it has benefited her life. So let us watch.
Nithyananda, my name is Maitreyi Solai. I live in the United States. I would like to share my story on how and why I became a founding father of KAILASA. My husband and I are devotees of Swamiji since 2018. I have not had a physical darshan of Swamiji yet. So I think that I have a very juicy story to share. So before Swamiji, I had a very typical life. My daughter has special needs, and it added a lot of spice in my life. But in society's definition, my life was a success in every which way. I had a good career. My life was settled. I was married to the love of my life, and I had good money, all the luxuries in life. Yet there was a deep discontentment in me, and that's how my spiritual seeking started. My husband attended Mahasannidhanam in 2018, and he came back so blissful, like a little child. That kind of gave me a desire to find out what this program was about. And I started attending programs like Kalpataru and Nitya Yoga and all the weekend programs. And I was very intrigued by Swamiji's teachings. And it really made a difference in my life. And when it started making a difference in my life, I started noticing changes in my life too. With my daughter's special needs, things used to be very stressful. And I started seeing that, like she was healing and things were getting better. And that's when I decided to attend Paramashivoham. This was in December 2018. And a week before or 2 weeks before Paramashivoham, I received a call from Nithyananda Sangha, asking about becoming an SJP. And my first answer was, let me think of the logistics and get back. I never said no, and I'm still so grateful to Swamiji for giving me that space to never say no to him. It is always a yes, even before the question is asked. So, I went to Paramashivoham as an SJP manifester, and the program was a deeply transformational experience for me. It transformed my life for the very best. So when I came out of the program, I came transformed as a completely different person. The way I looked at life just totally changed. Until then, I was a victim of situations, victim of, where life took me. But after the program, I realized the powerfulness, the divine in me. I was able to experience that, and I was able to see how I could transform my life, manifest my life the way I want. So that was a deeply transformational experience that just changed my space. Initially, when I had thought about the logistics of becoming an SJP, I thought we would take at least like 2 or 3 years to manifest the money to become a founding father. But when I came back from Paramashivoham, I just started offering with a lot of gratitude and devotion. I just was able to relate to Swamiji's mission to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity and to make people live the enlightenment science, to live powerfully and to be able to manifest our life's reality the way we want. And I just realized that this is possible for everyone on earth, and everyone should get this beautiful knowledge and experience bliss. So I was able to relate to that mission of his, and I decided I would just offer more and more. Whatever I had, me and mine, everything is for his mission. So that is, with that space, I just started offering. And what I thought would take 3 years took me 4 months. And in March 2019, I decided I would quit my job to work full-time for Sangha and for Swamiji's mission. So, we had just bought a house, and we had mortgage to pay, and we had planned certain things based on having a job and everything. So everything just changed completely after my decision to quit a job and work for Sangha. Yet there was a lot of inner expansion that happened in me, and that manifested so much auspiciousness in our lives. And since then, we have never had a pinch of, having a single income, or there has never been a problem that has shaken us. So that kind of powerfulness and gratitude that we experience, it cannot be expressed in words. It is a completely gratifying, transformational experience. I wish everyone, got this kind of a space. So ever since the inner expansion in us happened, we started witnessing a lot of auspicious happenings in our life. My daughter, who had a rare seizure disorder called electrical status epilepticus, had to take Valium every night, a high dosage of Valium, and there were a few other allopathic medications she was taking, and regularly on a daily basis. All that we stopped, and we also started seeing that she was getting stronger, and she was wheelchair bound for the first 10 years of her life. And after Swamiji's blessings, she started walking. She now walks independently, at least inside the house. And it is just so amazing how our life has changed. She's not taking any allopathic medications anymore, and she's super healthy right now. I used to take her to hospitals and therapy appointments all the time. Now I don't take her to hospitals at all. I also wanted to share with you a video of how my daughter started walking before Swamiji, how she was wheelchair bound completely. So this happened in Bidadi. I had taken my daughter to get Swamiji's blessings, but when we went there, Swamiji had left the Adinam, so we couldn't actually get his physical darshan. But then, she was sitting in a wheelchair, I was sitting near her, and I was feeling so stressed out, trying to feed her through the G-tube and all that. So I just wanted to show you a video of how it was then. After Swamiji, in just a span of a year, how she started walking. She walked during her graduation ceremony to get her certificate from her teacher. A certificate
for successful completion of the 2018-2019 school year
She's just very healthy right now, and all the therapies I'm giving her, they are working much more than ever before. So this is a totally miraculous change in our lives, and it is not just this change. In every which way, our life has changed. Even though we just have a single income, there is never a pinch about money or anything that that used to bother us before. I find that we are living that space of innocent surrender to Swamiji. He is there. Whatever happens in his lap, and he is taking care of us. And that deep trust we have on him has really showered us with a lot of love and blessings. And I just feel that my life is like a fairy tale now. I'm not exaggerating. I'm not saying this just to make it sound flowery. Life still happens. I still go through things, but there is no pinch ever since Swamiji has happened. Because of all the powerful cognitions he has given, I'm able to look at life in a very matured way. And when I just look at life in a matured way, I'm able to handle the situation in a matured way, in a more conscious way. And when I'm able to handle it that way, my suffering is gone. And when my suffering is gone, the situation just turns around in my favor, the way I want. So this kind of inner expansion is possible only when we are able to take the first step. The first step being, despite all the fear that we have, the fear of, like feeling insecure, just despite that fear, when we are able to take the first step towards him, that's when he starts manifesting through us. And that is my story of becoming an SJP. Thank you for listening. Nithyananda.
KAILASA is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Whatever you think as your strength, like how much cash you have, how much gold you have, how much money you have in the bank, what all properties you have, your secret passwords, passcodes, your strength secrets, you will tell only to your son or your daughter to whom you are going to give your inheritance. Same way, most important powerful secrets Paramashiva has given to his son Muruga, Subramanya, in Agama called Sarvanyanottara Agama. All the powerful secrets father will tell only to his son. It's too secret. I am going to open that agama and give all the essence of all those secrets. Secrets of Charyapada lifestyle, secrets of Kriyapada, secrets of Yogapada, and secrets of Jnanapada. I'll make you all feel you are 16, not just physically, even mentally. You will all be romancing with the whole universe. No frustration, nothing, no corona, no depression, no bothering about economy, no sudu, no soranai, nothing. Next 16 days, no fantasy, only visualization. No delusion, only consciousness.
Nithyanandam, and welcome back. So, as we had a beautiful panel discussion today on the Hindu chronology and also the importance of Hindu food, as well as a beautiful tradition. We learned a little bit about the beautiful tradition of Maheshwara Puja and how Swamiji is reviving all these traditions, the sanctity of Hinduism, and how Swamiji is legitimizing Hinduism in every dimension. And he is bringing us this gift, the greatest gift, and through the Kailasa nation that he has created for all of us. So, with immense gratitude and thanking Swamiji, let us now get ready to receive the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, as we get ready to receive the message directly from Paramashiva. So, let us now get ready with the chanting of the Mahavakya, Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Come to the space of silence and restful awareness and chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Open is darshan. Come, let us all now move from meditation to darshan. Slowly, very. Please open your eyes. ಬಂದರಿಗೆ
आनन्देश्वर परमशिव समारम्भाम् नित्यानन्देश्वरि पराशक्ति मध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्य पर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरु परम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, Samajis, Satsangis, Shri Mahants, Mahants, Tanidar, Kotari, visitors, viewers sitting with us all over the world, Mantreshwaras, Vidyeshwaras, Ganeshwaras, everyone. I welcome all of you with my love and blessings. Paramashiva's message directly from Kailasa. Listen. Listen intensely. Today's revelations about the vertical time zones not only will give you liberation after you leave the body, it can make you connect with Kailasa from now. You will start receiving the gifts from Kailasa from now. Listen intensely. The conscious conclusions you arrive forms the basis of your life. The conscious conclusions you arrive is the source of your future. From the conscious conclusions you have, your future manifests. So have this understanding and start listening. The higher vertical time zones, Bhur, Bhuva, Suva, Tapa, Maha, Satya, Kailasa. The lower vertical time zones, Atala, Vitala, Sutala, Talatala, Mahatala, Bhatala. In all these 14 time zones, vertical time zones, you exist. Understand that? You exist in all these 14 vertical time zones. Your conclusions, cognitions, and actions strengthen some of this 14 identity you have. I wanted to remind you from the past satsangs, revelations of Paramashiva. If you think in your life, grabbing, stealing from others is the best strategy for success, your identity in Patala gets strengthened. If you think the win-win is the best strategy in any deal, whether relationship or business, in every deal of your life, you also should win, other person also should win. The win-win is the most successful, long-term, peaceful, right strategy. Then, your identity in Swargaloka gets strengthened. If you feel no, giving up, Sarva Parityaga, Tyaga is the best strategy for all the auspiciousness in the life. Tyaga is the best strategy. The greatest powerfulness in the life. Then your identity in Tapoloka gets strengthened. If you feel integrity is the best strategy. your identity in Satyaloka gets strengthened. If you feel integrity to Guru and the God is the best strategy. As I say, Paramashiva revealed many times the manifest form of Paramashiva is Guru, unmanifest existence of Guru is Paramashiva, state of Guru is Paramashiva, statement of Paramashiva is Guru. Statement of Paramashiva is Guru, state of Guru is Paramashiva. Avyakta of Guru is Paramashiva, Paramashiva's Vyakta is Guru. Manifest component of Paramashiva is Guru, unmanifest existence of Guru is Paramashiva. Understand? The extraordinary powerful existence, extraordinary powerful existence of Paramashiva in his avyakta, unmanifest, remains as Paramashiva. In his manifest, he becomes Guru. Some of the powerful cognitions I repeat, so it enters into your very core cognitions, your very being, your very core. That's the reason I repeat some of the right conclusions, the conscious conclusions you need to arrive. So let me give you the deeper truths now. Level by level, understand about your body. Be very clear. You have 14 bodies you carry. In all these 14 lokas, each loka you have one body through which you enjoy that loka, you experience that loka. Actually, the body you carry is the base from which you enjoy that loka. So the body you are carrying now in this bhuloka, where you are sitting and listening to me, this body has only one relevance to the body you are carrying in Kailasa or the body you are carrying in Batala, the lowest and highest. The breathing which goes into you and comes out, the prana is same. The prana which goes into your body, in this body you are carrying, goes up to the body you are carrying in Kailasa and goes up to the body you are carrying in Patala. All these 14 bodies are stitched with one sutra, one thread called the prana functioning in you. Understand? These are the most subtle truths. If you start cognizing them, sitting with these powerful conclusions, you will start manifesting powers. Because they are so powerful, they manifest as powers in you. If you understand, the breathing you are doing now adds prana, life energy into you. That prana through your body. Understand? Now I am wearing 1 lakh Rudraksha. Little more than 1 lakh, because this 3 Gauri Shankar Mala which I am wearing is each one of them 108, 108. This 1 lakh Rudraksha, this whole 1 lakh Rudraksha is tied through a thread. Same way, the body you are carrying in all 14 lokas are tied through a thread. See, Paramashiva himself came as the greatest yogi, Arunagiri Yogishwara in my life, and he taught me this science. He gave me this truth, keeping him as the witness, bowing down to Mahaganapati. Moola Vrat Purusha, Mahaganapati of KAILASA. With the grace of Paramashiva and his own manifestation, my own Guru Arunagiri Yogishwara, I am revealing this knowledge, jnana, and giving this Shakti Pada and Shaktini Pada to all of you. Understand? If you melt down in deep love with me, the feeling, connection, oneness, now what I am sharing will not be just a knowledge, it will be Shakti Pada for you. If you just listen for intellectual understanding, it will be jnana for you. I want to tell you how I used to feel when I sit with my Guru. See how you all feel your muscles expand when you work out. When you work out in gym, how you feel your muscles expand. When you are really intensely in sexual act, when both of you intensely feel oneness, the sexual act, and deeply enjoy it, how you feel your muscles are melting down. Understand? When I sit with Arunagiri Yogishwara and listen to his revelations, literally I used to feel my very identity, my very core, my very muscles used to expand. My very identity will melt down and my very muscles will expand. What you experience in intense workout, heavy workout in gym or yoga or when you are in intense sexual act, I experienced all go through now will be Shaktipada. Listen. Every time when I surrendered to my Guru, I felt my surrender to my Guru empowered me, not him. He did not get empowered, or he did not get any power over me. I got empowered. Actually, I got the power over him. And I got empowered. When I became his puppet, I became the most powerful Parameshwara. I did not lose anything. I only gained everything. I tell you. When I started realizing this, my surrender became intense. My surrender became intense. Understand this. When I realized, my surrender became intense. If you feel your surrender empowers your Guru, you are stupid, foolish, brainwashed by the communist Naxal ideas. If you realize your surrender empowers you, I tell you, if you realize your surrender empowers you, your surrender gets more and more intense, and the higher realities opens for you. See, when you melt down just by listening to me, just now, if your whole being melts down, and sit with me how I used to sit with my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara, your breathing and my breathing will become one and the same. And along with my breathing, I can carry you to KAILASA and reveal all these realities into you, to you. This Shaktipada is the only way the enlightenment can be transmitted. I come and sit every day, day in and day out. We have video record for last 20 years. But before that, at least 6-7 years, We don't have a continuous video audio records, but I used to continuously do this. Whoever comes in front of me, whoever I can reach, I will go on be sharing and teaching, giving. For some people, to the intellectual level, jnana level, they will receive. Some people will receive vijnana, kind of a little more than knowledge, an experience glimpse. For some people, it gets transmitted as Shaktipada. For some people, it gets established in them permanently. So listen, you can choose any way you want. You can choose any way you want. I will go on be sharing. I'll go on be sharing. It's already 26 years over. 1994. The Yoga Pattabhishekam was done. I'm using that 1994 as an official, formal declaration done by my gurus. Otherwise, they trained me even much before, and by the time I was 10-year-old, they started putting me on the stages where I was asked to share, speak, give initiations, tell my experiences. It all started even when I was 10. I take this date, 1994, Vaigasi Visagam, because that is the date we have a evidence, paper, my own guru's handwriting, that Yoga Pattabhisheka Patra, the letter of the Yoga Pattabhishekam. Because of that, I take that as a kind of a date. Anyhow, so from 1994 now, it's almost like 26 years. Listen, 26 years, I go on sharing, and I'll continue. I'm going to be in the body for quite a long time, at least this full century. I'm planning up to 200 years. At least this full century. I'm going to be in the body. I'll continue to share, reveal, understand. The earlier you can melt down and connect, the more deeper you will experience Kailasa. That's all I am trying to tell you. The more deeper you will experience Kailasa. And the conscious conclusions you arrive as power to create you just like that. It can manifest you, not step by step logically, it will manifest you magically. Because when my gurus taught me these great truths, especially Arunagiri Yogeshwara, it did not take time for me to manifest it. How much time it takes for you to manifest anger or lust? No, there's no time. The moment you are triggered, you manifest. One wrong word towards you, or the one word which can hurt you, immediately you are triggered and bus, 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 bus. You flare up. Same way, one lusty suggestion, a sexual invitation can just make you horny and your whole body, mind, everything responds, reacts. How quickly you manifest anger, lust, fear, more faster than that, you can manifest enlightenment. Enlightenment can be triggered, your consciousness can be awakened more quickly, more easily with Shaktipada. Just like a clay is made into a pot or a doll or statue or a deity or Ganesha, I have seen my Guru Arunagiri Yogeshwara molding me. Just like a clay, he will, in few seconds, he will make my consciousness manifest. Every time when I surrendered to him, I felt so empowered. Because I felt so empowered, my surrender started getting deeper and deeper and deeper. That Shaktipada became my very existence. Shaktinipada became my very breathing. Listen. When Shaktipada with Guru becomes your existence, when Shaktinipada with your Guru becomes your life force, life energy, simple remembrance of the Guru is enough. Your identity, body will melt and get rebuilt, like how it happens when you do the workout in gym or yoga, or when you are in intense sexual act. At those moments, how your identity gets rebuilt, your body gets rebuilt, how your muscles melt and gets rebuilt. Exactly the same, I should say with more intensity, happens just by remembrance of the Guru. Just sitting and reciting Shiva, 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 Shiva. Paramashiva manifests in you. Just reverberating yourself. Shiva, 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 Shiva. Paramashiva Paramburul, Parameshwara Paramburul, is the existence of your reality now. The prana movement happening in you, the inhaling and exhaling, this prana movement happening in you, the prana which goes inside you goes and touches. Your existence in KAILASA and goes and touches your existence in Batala. And actually understand, you don't have death. Death is just department change, especially if you are my disciple, part of the KAILASA government. It is just department change. You say, Swamiji, I worked in Bhuloka so much, give me promotion. Okay, all right. From now you work from Swargaloka, or Tapoloka, or Satyaloka. Department change, that's all. How somebody from SSJP is transferred to ASJP, or somebody from ASJP gets transferred to Adi Kailash. Same way, you don't have death. It's all just department transfer, nothing else. If you understand these basic truths, and if you bring these basic truths as your conscious conclusion. It infuses superpowers in you. See, listen. When you are lusty, everything looks romantic. Purpose of the flower changes. Purpose of your identity looks different. Purpose of your life becomes different. When you are terrorized, frightened, in fear, even your cognition gets so deluded, you see only in life negative things inside you, outside you, all around you. You actually not just look silly, you become silly when you are terrorized, when you are frightened, when you are shaken. I tell you. Come to the conscious conclusion, neither fear nor greed, neither honey mood nor bullying mood. When you are terrorized, you try to bully others. Neither honey mood nor bullying mood should be your core existence. Don't make decisions in honey mood or bullying mood. Make decisions in Nandi mode. Don't make decisions in bullying mode. When you are terrorized, the natural reaction will be bullying. You will bully yourself or you will bully others. When you bully yourself, you collapse you. When you bully others, you try to collapse them. So, no bullying mode, no horny mode. When I say horny, sexual horny, H-O-R-N-Y. Neither horny mode. It's not only about sexuality. Even if you are lusty for money or some luxuries, even those modes should not be your power source. Based on that, you should not be taking decisions. Understand? Listen carefully. Understand this one example, then you will understand what I am trying to convey. Once or twice, rarely, if you eat non-veg, it's not that your whole life will be destroyed. But when non-vegetarian food becomes your lifestyle, you will collapse yourself, destroy yourself irreparably. Same way, once in a while you made some decisions when you are sexually horny or you are greedy about some luxury. Those one or two decisions will not destroy your whole life. Don't worry too much about that past or what you did and all that. But don't making decisions while you are horny, making decisions when you are terrorized as a lifestyle. That's all I am saying. When you start making decisions in Paramashanta space, you will become so productive for yourself and others. I have always seen these people who flare up. They work 10 years, 20 years and build something so hard in their life, and they just get so deluded, they don't even know what they are destroying, and they just destroy stupidly. And then later on repent. But by the time it is too late, even if you repent, it's too late. I have seen many people who leaving the KAILASA, leaving the Sangha, deep delusion. Instead of breaking the delusion, they break the most valuable, precious gift given to them by Paramashiva. Life in KAILASA, life in my Sangha is the greatest gift Paramashiva can give you. And same way I have seen that positive side, when people feel the intense love, how the spiritual experience and enlightenment, transformation manifests in them. Ordinarily, people need to work 12 years for one powerful cognition to manifest. But when people feel connected to me in intense love, I can see Paramashiva manifests in them just like that. Because you are breathing, my breathing, both are connected to Paramashiva. When you feel intense feeling connection with me, you experience Paramashiva with the same intensity I experience. So, janmas of my tapas just gets infused into you. You don't need to perform all the tapas I did, all the spiritual penance I did. You don't need to perform. It's like I already built the lift. You just get into the lift and straight reach the KAILASA. You don't need to build your own lift and operate it. I have built the lift, and which is successful, time tested, foolproof. Getting empowered by the Guru is the most beautiful thing. So the powerful cognitions I wanted to convey today, you don't have death. You have your identity established in all 14 lokas. Your everyday cognitions, conclusions, and your actions and reactions decide which identity you empower. Any identity you empower intensely starts manifesting that loka as your life. When you empower integrity as the best strategy for your life, Satyaloka manifests in you. That kind of people come around you. Your world literally becomes Satyaloka, integrity world. If you manifest Tyaga as your powerful conclusion, you get surrounded by the beautiful, most beautiful Tyagis. And Tapoloka manifests around you. If you manifest integrity to Guru, suddenly Kailasa manifests around you, for you, inside you. You attract such beautiful Guru Bhais around you. You manifest that kind of a space inside and outside. So many stupid, powerless, life negative cognitions not only disappear, they become irrelevant. They become irrelevant. Listen to this satsang few more times, so that the powerful conclusions I am trying to convey to you will get into your system and get digested. It will become your own existence. So the Shakti Pada and Shakti Nipada will happen in you. The real enlightenment transmission will happen in you. What my Guru, Paramashiva himself has given to me will become your property also, your asset also. Will become your experience also. You will realize surrender to Guru empowers you, not him. Not him, it empowers you. Just like these Rudrakshas are all tied with one thread. This body, the body you are carrying now, and the body you are carrying in Kailasa, and the body you are carrying in Patala, all these 14 bodies are tied through your breathing. Your breathing is the thread through which all the 14 bodies are tied. The 15th one in Kailasa, it's existence. 14 lokas, you have body. 15th, in Kailasa, it's more like existence. All 15 are tied through your breathing. So if you just sit with your breathing, you can reach Kailasa. If you sit with my breathing, you can experience Paramashiva now, right now. Try to sit or just lie down with this one powerful cognition. Be one with Swamiji's breathing and vibrate yourself Shiva, 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 Shiva. I bless you all. Let's all radiate with integrity, authenticity, responsibility, enriching, causing, living Shuddhatvaita Saiva. The state, space, powers, being, superconsciousness, and Kailasa of Paramashiva. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. The eternal bliss, Nithyananda. Thank you. Be blissful.
श्री कैलासोन्नतद्वादशान्त श्यामला पीठारूढ श्री मीनाक्षि सुन्दरेश्वरा भिन्नस्वरूप परशिवपुत्र रत्न कुमार गुरुमण्यतुल्यावतार श्री पार्वती स्तन्यपानलब्ध दिव्यज्ञान विश्रुत सकल निगमागम सारभूत द्राविड वेद प्रवक्त्रे श्रीमत् परमशिव करुणा समधिगत मुक्तामय चतुरश्रयान गीयमान छत्र चामर श्रीचिह्न काहलादि समस्त बिरदावल्यलङ्कृत ज्ञान विज्ञान चक्रवर्ती सर्वजन संघ सद्यो निर्वाण दीक्षा व्ययापवर्गवर्ष विश्राण जीमूत परमत कलभ केसरी शैव सिद्धांत स्थापनाचार्य श्रीराजाधिराज पांड्य महाराज गुरु क्षपण शाक्यादि महांधकार निवारण ज्ञान भानु वीक्षणानर्हार्हध्वजोच्छेदन पूर्वक श्रीमद्वृषभध्वजस्थापक शैव समय कर्त्रे सर्वज्ञ पीठारूढ़ श्री जगद्गुरु श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक स्वामी वागीश सुंदर माणिक्य वाचक स्वामिनां अवतार भूत श्री ज्ञान संबंध स्वामी पुनरुद्धृत श्यामला पीठ सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रिनवत्युत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान अरुणगिरि योगीश्वर परंपरागत अरुणाचल सर्वज्ञ पीठ गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत कांची कैलास सर्वज्ञ पीठ त्रयस्त्रिंशदुत्तर द्विशततम गुरु महासन्निधान नित्योत्सव नित्य मंगल नित्य कल्याण नित्य रजित कैलास परंपरागत आदि कैलास नित्यानंद पीठ महासंस्थान महासिंहासन पीठ कर्तः साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कैलास परंपरागत वैवस्वतमनु इक्ष्वाकु हरिश्चंद्र भगीरथ श्रीरामचंद्र शूरसेन इत्यादि अनवच्छिन्न सार्वभौम चक्रवर्ती परंपरागत चतुष्षष्टि योगिनी मंडित चतुष्षष्टि संप्रदाय प्रवर्तक मनुधर्म शासन सूर्यवंश प्राप्त सर्वज्ञ पीठ सुरांगी साम्राज्य मूर्धाभिषिक्त चूड़ामणे साक्षात् श्री परमशिव समुद्भूत कपिल महागुरु पुनरुद्धृत महानिर्वाण त्रयोविंश गुरु महासन्निधान कैलास परंपरागत आदिपीठ सर्वज्ञपीठ जगद्गुरो श्री कैलास पुनरुद्धारक श्री कैलास परमाचार्य श्रीमत्परमहंस परिव्राजकाचार्य वर्य सच्चिदानंद प्रणव स्वरूप श्रोत्रिय ब्रह्मनिष्ठ श्रीमज्जगद्गुरु श्रील श्री भगवत् श्री नित्यानंद परमशिव श्री ज्ञान संबंध देशिक परमाचार्य स्वामिन् अत्रागत्य परिपाल्य च अस्मान् विज्ञान वितरणेन विजयी भव जय जय.
Over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. millions and millions, manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but KAILASA itself is an enlightenment ecosystem. Thousands and thousands radiate light. Millions and millions manifesting power, living together all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. KAILASA is the enlightenment ecosystem. It may be mapped on a temple, monastery, adinam, a nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth,